hammer out a deal before the election on November 3. The markets, as you'll imagine, are watching all of this and trying to understand how it will all pan out. In addition to that, we've got other data that's coming through today. Here in South Africa tomorrow, we will be waking up to the aftermath of that final US presidential debate between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Out in Nigeria, there is unrest which is continuing with the curfew extended. After a day of violence on Tuesday, anti-police brutality protests broke out again yesterday with fires burning and reports of gunfire. Crossing live from Lagos for the latest developments is Kenneth Ibomo, who's been watching that story on our behalf. Kenneth, thanks for joining us. I mean, all of us are surprised, number one, by the continuing unrest, and also, secondly, of course, the continuing violence. Just sum up for us the developments in the last 24 hours, please.
Well, there's been quite a lot of happening across board. We saw the hooliganism take a new toll yesterday, looking at how we've seen the different neighborhoods there being riots happening. Protesters were looting shops. We saw just close to my house here, the shop right just next to my house. It was raided completely yesterday, empty shop completely. Goods being carted away, even neighboring shops as well were also looted as well. The governor earlier was on today talking about the possibility of relaxing the curfew if things turn out better. But from the events of yesterday, we're still watching and seeing how things are playing out here. But it's been quite a lot when you look at how things have played out. It's even played out in the markets as well. We saw the NSE all-share index was about 0.75%. Most of that losses we saw were in the banking stock that lost about 1.7% yesterday, and quite a lot. But then quite a lot of also conversations going on. We've seen the ECOWAS, Ghana's president Nana Akufo-Addo, engaging Nigeria's president Muhammadu Buhari, who unfortunately is yet to address the nation since the events of the shootings on Tuesday evening. But quite a lot. But like I said, we're still watching and seeing how it's playing out here.
Yeah, this is all very embarrassing, of course, because Nigeria is a political leader on the African continent, a voice of reason over many years. And here we are. I did see also the African Union Commission chairperson issuing a statement about the situation in Nigeria. Then I also saw another statement suggesting that the president was calling for calm, but no national address yet. Do you get any sense that the government has got a strategy in terms of how it wants to deal with this?
Well, when you look at how the Lagos state government has been going, I think after the events of Tuesday, the governor has been quite proactive, because even in that evening when we saw all the activity happening in the evening, he went to hospitals around where the shootings happened, visiting people, talking about the fact that the state government is going to try and look to sort out some of the bills for the people who were affected. He's been making an address daily. In fact, after the visits on Tuesday evening, early on Wednesday morning, he made an address giving briefings on the situation on ground, although many people did not agree to some of the comments he made. But even at that, the government even was still proactive enough. When death was confirmed, he tweeted that real quick. This morning already, he's been on all over different TV stations talking about updates on what has been happening and what the government is trying to do to build back that trust in the country that is much needed at a time like this.
Absolutely. Stay safe, Kenneth. My colleague Kenneth Ibomo in Lagos watching that story for us. We continue to see, of course, the violence continuing, and hoping that there will be a resolution very soon indeed. As I said, it's been a packed day here at the JSE today, and to help us understand what has taken place, Gary Boyson, Director and Portfolio Manager at Rand Swiss. Gary, thank you. We have had a number of results coming through, including, of course, Anglo-American, that sprawling business that covers a lot of South African mining. Then we've also seen other updates coming through from a number of companies. Let's start at Anglo before we move on to the other companies. Just to sum up from your side in terms of what they've been able to do in this reporting period.
Yeah, so I mean, this is a Q3 update, and it looked pretty solid. So I think what's very encouraging is to see that the operations are back at 95% capacity. Each of the underlying commodities that Anglo produces, obviously, is a diversified miner, kind of fared a little bit differently. We saw, PGMs pretty flat. So the nice thing that we did see is sales from Mogalakwena, which is one of their big open pit platinum mines, especially the palladium sales, at least up 12%. Overall, iron ore was a little softer. This is broadly, I think, expected from Kumba, and also they had some maintenance to complete at Minas Rios, so that was a little bit down. We also saw that just diamond sales improved marginally into the typically the busier time of the year, which is generally the fourth quarter. But overall, I think a very solid set of results from Anglo American, given the year that we've had, and given the fact that so many businesses and so much of the economy has been shut down, that you would expect demand to be flatter this year than usual.
Yeah, let's leave Anglo. Let's move on. We also saw results coming through from Altron, and also an announcement that they are looking at listing their UK Bytes Technologies group. I want your assessment, number one, thoughts around the listing, and then secondly, of course, the operation of the business, and the dividend is up 14%. You must be smiling, or are you not a shareholder, Gary?
No, unfortunately, we don't hold Altron. It's not actually one. We do like the business, though. I mean, I like the management team at Altron. I think Altron has done an exceptional job, in the South African environment, certainly. And I think, if you look at its share price performance compared to many of the other small and mid-cap stocks, you can see just how strong this company has been. I think a lot of credit can be given to management. Looking at the listing in the UK, I think it's exciting. I mean, whenever you see a separation here, and you see the opening up of a new shareholder base and more capital, I think that's an exciting thing, especially for South African shareholders who often face, I suppose, liquidity constraints, just as our market doesn't attract the same interest as the big exchanges do.
Do you anticipate they might run into regulatory issues? I mean, we've seen a number of South African companies go offshore, and in some cases we've seen them changing domiciles. I mean, Anglo American, for instance, it's a South African company, but now no longer a South African company because now its tax base is now in the UK.
Potentially. I mean, you can see it with a lot of companies that have moved off the South African market. I mean, you look at the listing of Naspers and Process, and again, the rationale behind this is very much to open up to a new shareholder base. Looking at the difference in the domicile, like the tax domicile, most people, I mean, if you're looking from a retail investment point of view, most countries work on a residency-based tax system anyway, so it might change the corporate tax rate, and that there might be some advantages if for example, if you're moving a domicile to Ireland, but really for a South African investor, whether you're investing into a South African company or an offshore company, you're essentially a South African tax resident, and there's not too much difference to how you will be taxed on it.
Indeed. I hope one day we're going to see an American company coming and saying our primary listing is moving to Johannesburg and we are going to be headquartered in Johannesburg someday, hopefully before we die. Let's move on quickly. We had Sasol coming through and give us an update on that Lake Charles operation after the hurricane, and also giving us a production update.
Yeah, so looking at it, I think everyone's relieved to see that Hurricane Delta didn't do any more damage to the Lake Charles project, which has just been, such an albatross for Sasol. So looking at the EBITDA, it did look a little bit light at Lake Charles specifically, but remember they've got obviously the deal to sell off 50% of that business for around $2 billion anyway. So. Because the numbers are a little bit light, I mean, the share price is down, but it's difficult to tell whether this is because of the update or because we're seeing softer oil prices after muted drawdowns in the US yesterday. So with the oil price falling back, with the kind of a mixed bag of an update, it's difficult to see, it's difficult to kind of isolate why it is, but Sasol down slightly on the news today.
Absolutely. We've run out of time, but give me your last companies. I think there's Clicks as well as Datatech. I don't know if you want to talk about Lipstar very quickly if you can.
Yeah, I'll try and get to all of it. So Clicks has guided, so they expected fully diluted headline earnings per share to be up between about 10 and 15%. They came in at 13.7%, so really in the middle of the range. They've got a payout ratio of around 60%, so they are going to pay a final dividend, significant dividend. And I think the business that really shone, I suppose, over the COVID period was their UPD business, which obviously distributes distributes pharmaceuticals around South Africa. And while stores were closed and they weren't necessarily making the same kind of margin they usually do on the front of store goods, their delivery business did very, very well. Datatech also very mixed. Datatech, looking at it, you would expect a company that's operating in so many different geographies to have had a little bit of trouble just with lockdowns and I suppose supplying the goods and services. When you've got a customer base that's that geographically diverse, it can be challenging. But I think what really saved Datatech was the industry they operate in. As people start to work from home, as people look more towards ICT to solve their problems, especially when mobility is limited. I think that should have been a boon for Datatech. And unfortunately, we had revenue fairly flat for the company. But I think it was a solid set of results, and hopefully with the new trends, we see improved performance from Datatech going forward.
Indeed, one for the future. Gary, thanks for joining us this afternoon and for your insights. Gary Boyson, Director, Portfolio Manager at Rand Swiss. We're going to take a quick break and then come back and talk to the CEO of Altron. In the meantime, I'll get rid of the fly that's bothering me here.
The construction and the operation of the Gautrain system has created a lot of jobs. It's enhanced the economy and also helped to establish the rail sector here in Gauteng. The obvious next step is to assess the benefits that extensions to the rapid rail system could bring to the province.
All this started back in 2014 when the province decided to do a 25-year integrated transport master plan. And it wanted to look ahead and say, 2037, 2038, around there, how would people be moving in the province? And the single conclusion that we came to is that moving people to and from jobs in perpetuity on the roads is just not going to work. And what we've come up with is a 5-phase plan. It covers an additional 150 kilometers of rail line that would then complement and join up with the southeastern quadrant at Jabulani in northern Soweto, linked through Rwanda, coming through Randburg, Cosmo City, into Sandton, really connecting the economic hub as we have it now. And then moving northwards up into the Tshwane area, heading through Irene, Tshwane East up to Mamelodi, then ultimately also in the east-west corridor, going out past Tambo, out into the Boksburg Benoni area, and then finally heading out to Lanseria, out on the West Rand. So it's a very ambitious long-term plan.
Blast from the past, you're watching Powerline Chat South Africa. We are live from Johannesburg. One other story that I forgot to mention when we were talking to Gary Boyson is this story about the South African government imposing a tax on chrome exports. Now, South Africa is the world's biggest producer of chrome, and I think this is Tito Mboweni trying to raise extra revenue because he is in trouble. That budget deficit is seen shooting above 15 to 16% of gross domestic product. Of course, we'll get an update from the minister next week in his mini budget statement. Let's come back to results. Altron reported today a 28% increase in headline earnings per share, and this is compared to the prior period. And the company also saying the impact of COVID-19 has impacted its businesses, but it's been able to do great things. And as a result, it has decided to increase its dividend up 14%. Joining us to talk about those results is Mteto Nyati, the CEO of Altron, whose studio looks to be slightly better than mine, so we must have a conversation about that, Mteto, another day. Let's talk about these results. Now, I want to start at that dividend increase. Inflation is about what? 4% or thereabout. You have quadrupled the inflation rate, which suggests confidence in terms of where the company is going. Tell me about that.
Look, we are operating in a very interesting space, Godfrey. In the IT space, what we see is that there is a huge demand for our services. And COVID-19, what it has done is has accelerated what is called digital transformation of our customers. So more and more customers are moving to the cloud. They're looking for security products to make sure that all of their customers and partners, and as they interact with them, they interact them in a secure environment. That talks to the offerings that Altron has. So given that environment and the fact that we have made a decision to dispose of some of the assets that, in our view, are quite heavy when it comes to capital, document solutions, when we move all of those and sell those assets, we will be left with a company that is highly cash generative. And that is what informs us. And if we're looking at the debt position that when we're looking ahead, we will be way below our net debt to EBITDA of 1x. So that is a healthy position, even if you are talking in the COVID-19 environment. And that made us to take the decision that we have taken to declare a dividend of 33 cents per share.
Yeah. So talk to me about this streamlining that you are doing. Are you there yet? Or if you are not, what remains to be done? And then give us an idea of the company that you see emerging out of this and what it will look like.
Yes. We currently have 3 operations. In fact, in the middle of COVID-19, my leadership team and I sat down and looked at this. And there are 3 operations that did not quite align to where we want to take this company. And those are the printing company, document solutions, it's the people solutions, that's where we're doing call center environment and also training of people. And then the last one is the electronic components business. All of those businesses individually are good businesses, but they don't necessarily talk to where we are taking the company. Our company is going to be a high value company. We will be highly differentiated, operating with specialized skills in the security space, cloud computing, data analytics, artificial intelligence. That is who we are going to be. Capital light, we will have our own IP. Many companies in South Africa, they reselling other people's intellectual property. This organization that we're building, it will be an organization that has its own IP built by South Africans for the world. That's who we are.
Absolutely. Well done to you on that front. I see my friends at Tech Central, Duncan McLeod in particular, is talking about another move that you made in this period. And this is the planned listing of your Bytes UK subsidiary on the London Stock Exchange. Talk to me about the rationale of that and what it will result in.
Yes. Each and every year, Godfrey, what we have been doing as a board is to look at what we call the sum of the parts. Each and every individual operation, putting the parts and look at the value of the company against that. And at the beginning of this financial year in February, we realized that clearly our operation in the UK is not truly appreciated in the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. We felt that it is not being valued properly, and we decided to do this value unlock. And that's the decision that we took then, and we have been executing on it through the COVID-19 environment. And where we are now, we are in a position where we will be coming out very strongly with a clear timelines on when we are going to be doing the listing, which is likely going to be before the end of this calendar year. We're excited about that. The minimum market cap for this operation that we have set is going to be £450 million. And if you look at that, what it means is that our share price is highly, highly undervalued here in South Africa.
I've got a couple more things that I want to talk to you about, but I wanted to know whether you anticipate any regulatory challenges. In other words, the regulator saying, but why are you doing this? And also, politicians, they will think you're taking a South African champion and you're depositing it with the UK. And I want to know your thoughts about that. And then secondly, I also wanted to know where you are in terms of the demand that you spoke about at the beginning, where you said there's huge demand for your services. Have you taken 20%, 30% in terms of getting that demand that is coming through?
Yes, let's start with the regulatory approvals. It is so important that we comply with the laws of our country. That is who we are. We just do that. And what we like to do as a company is not to surprise people, is to engage all of our key stakeholders way up front. And we have been engaging with the necessary authorities about this transaction. And we do not feel like we're going to have a problem. Right now, we're sitting with the Reserve Bank, with the JSE, and with the TRP, and all of those institutions, we feel that we should not have a problem around the approvals. And going back to the question on digital transformation, where are we in the cycle?
Yeah.
We are at the beginning of the cycle, Godfrey. We are just, the opportunity is huge. There's still going to be this thing called 5G, which will open even more opportunities than we know today. So we are in the beginning. This is why we are able to say that the new Altron 2.0, which is what we have defined, is we are going to be able to triple our operating income in the next 5 years, largely at the back of the choices that we have made, the areas where we've decided to operate in. That should help us to be able to do that and more.
I've just been given one little extension, so I wanted to go back to the UK Byte story and ask you how much you're going to remain with after the listing in the UK. Are you going to stay as the controlling shareholder, or somebody else is going to become larger than you?
No, it's a complete demerger. So we are not going to be owning as Altron, but South African shareholders,
right?
All of the South African shareholders will be owning Bytes UK through this demerger. So that is a good exposure of our South African shareholders to an environment that in the past they have not. What we are going to get in the process is some of the proceeds we're going to be getting from the transaction. We will be using those proceeds to reduce our debt, because we've given ourselves a net debt to EBITDA of 1x. We would prefer end up with a debt-free Altron 2.0. That is the goal that we have as a leadership team.
Mteto, thank you very much. But about that studio, is that a virtual studio?
It is a virtual studio.
Virtual studio. We need to come and talk to you. Thank you. Mteto Nyati is the CEO of Altron. We're going to take a break and then come back and give you some insight from the World Economic Forum.
Our Women in Technology program started way back in 2014 in one of our offices in the US. The team there noticed that while quite a number of the men were getting involved in some computer engineering, developing apps and things like that, quite a number of the younger women were actually not getting involved in that. And they created this Women in Technology program, which is largely driven first at driving an incubation area where women can freely come in with their ideas, where they get help in terms of developing their ideas further, looking at the whole tech angle of it, and obviously how they can then amplify. Quite a big part outside of just the incubation was around getting some seed funding to really help them in starting to get some capital to get these ideas to come to life. So this is what we do with our program. We actually go through and elect quite a number of women. They go through quite a rigorous session, through the bank, and we have external partners who also help us to run the program. They then subsequently go through a 90-day, and after that, depending on the country, and we are now present in 7 countries across the region, we then give them, $10,000 as seed funding. In fact, to date, we have so far given over $500,000 to several of these incubators across the region.
up till now, we don't know the policy of this administration.
Cost efficiency within the business, that appears to have also improved. Is that something that you think they can sustain going forward?
Still much more bullish on the two banks.
Nigeria swings whichever way the Feds and the US swing.
Most of the movements are really not based on NPR.
Meanwhile, the Supreme Court in London will hear an appeal by Nigerian farmers and fishermen to pursue claims in the UK against oil major Shell over oil spills in the Niger Delta.
Closing Bell West Africa is proudly brought to you by Boer Group, unlocking opportunities.
Guinea's opposition candidate claimed to have won the first round of the October 18th presidential election, causing his supporters to flock to the streets in celebration. But Silu Dalen Djelo's declaration was quickly disputed by the Electoral Commission and the government, setting the stage for a standoff. He did not give any figures, but said the tally was based on his party's count. The official tally, being conducted by the National Election Commission, has yet to be published. Guinea's government called his statement irresponsible and one that could undermine peace in the West African state. Djelo is the main challenger to Guinea's 82-year-old incumbent president, Alpha Condé. He is seeking a third mandate after a constitutional change in March sparked deadly protests. Djelo's supporters swept into the streets in his strongholds after the announcement, declaring their alleged victory.
I'm really happy. I realise now that Delane has won. What I've done is not lost.
Djelo said on Twitter that 3 young men were killed in the capital and several others injured by security forces while they celebrated his victory. Rights groups say that at least 50 people have been killed over the past year during demonstrations against the constitutional change that allowed Condé to seek at least 6 more years in power.
The use of force.
Nigeria's youth minister says protesters fighting against alleged police brutality must end daily demonstrations and enter into dialogue with the government. Thousands of Nigerians calling for reforms in law enforcement have taken to the streets every day for more than a week across the country, posing a major challenge to President Muhammadu Buhari. The protests have continued despite the dissolution of the Special Anti-Robbery Squad, or SARS, police unit, following accusations of human rights abuses. They've also gained international traction online and the support of the Black Lives Matter activists rallying under the End SARS hashtag. Sunday Dare, the Minister of Youth and Sports Development, told Reuters the government had met the demonstrators' demands, including the creation of an independent body to investigate alleged misconduct and the release of all arrested protesters.
It is time to move to the next stage. That next stage is dialogue, to sit at the table. You have put demands on the table. Demands have been met. You might have other demands. It is only dialogue. And that's been the way of all protests, the way of all conflicts. And it cannot be different in this situation.
The minister did acknowledge the mistrust of demonstrators who say the government has promised to reform the police in the past with little effect. The president and Nigeria's police chief promised that force would not be used on peaceful protesters, but police have opened fire on demonstrators in recent weeks. At least 10 protesters have been killed, according to Amnesty International.
Ethiopia has been tackling its invasion of locusts for months. Now the United Nations says the problem has got so bad, it's the worst it's been here for 25 years. The swarms of insects are destroying the country's crops, and with it, the livelihoods of millions. Farmer Indira Ahmed doesn't know how he's going to feed his children.
My sorghum investment in 5 hectares of land was robbed by swarms of locusts. I have 7 children and 5 of them go to school. I will not be able to either feed them or send them to school after this nightmare.
The locusts have damaged an estimated 200,000 hectares of land in Ethiopia since the start of the year. It's had a devastating impact on food supplies. A swarm of locusts the size of a square kilometre can eat as much food in a day as 35,000 people. Fatima Saeed has just given birth to her 6th child, and she's worried.
I went to hospital to have my baby. I heard the shocking news that my vegetation on my 5 hectares of land had gone in just 3 days.
Welcome back. You're watching CNBC Africa. Of course, October is Transport Month. Now, this October, it's Smart Mobility Month. I can tell you that. And the spotlight is on smarter, cleaner, safer, and an integrated transport system to move people, goods, and services more efficiently. And the discussion today is going to be about a conference that's taking place next week that's going to be launched by my next guest. I'm Godfrey Muchizwa. Let me introduce him. He's the MEC for Public Transport and Infrastructure in Gauteng, Jacob Mamabolo. MEC, thank you very much indeed for chatting to us again. I think let's begin about the program that you're going to launch next week, first for Gauteng, before we expand the conversation to talk about the rest of the African continent.
Well, firstly, thank you very much. Let me confirm that we will be hosting a very important international conference on smart mobility. And as a province of Gauteng, we are very much glad and pleased that we are part of the global movement that is talking about smart mobility. And this conference is the African part of it. It has taken place in Europe. It has already taken place in Dubai. And this time it's coming to our province in Gauteng. And it's really a very important opportunity for us to be part of the global best practice insofar as smart mobility is concerned, but also because we will be formally launching our vision as a province, which is growing Gauteng together through smart mobility, which of course is an aligned vision to that of the provincial government of growing Gauteng together. So next week, 27, 28, 29, it's a very, very important period for us as a province, but for the global community that promotes smart mobility.
Yeah. So let's talk about the plan for Gauteng as currently stands.
The plan for Gauteng should be understood and premised on the vision of growing Gauteng together 2030, which Premier David Makura unveiled to the people of the province during this year State of the Province address. So what is the main thing we're trying to deal with here, Godfrey, is that you will know, and the viewers will also agree, that the space that we call Gauteng together, it is a space that is essentially being created by the good old days of gold. Because the word Gauteng is actually based on the fact that we are the city region of gold. But as we all know, the good days of gold, the rush period, or what was called the gold rush period, which was the best days when gold was generating massive revenues, creating jobs, and being the pillar of the economy, those days are gone. They are not coming back. And I'm raising the issue whether are we still really the city of gold? And to that extent, the smart mobility document is saying transport, and I'll give you the pillars, particularly transport infrastructure, the roads, transport infrastructure, and then transport in terms of freight, the movement of goods. Those two, and of course the movement of passengers as an aspect that is critical for labor productivity in the economy.
Yeah.
Those three pillars, Godfrey, they are to give us a new, sustainable, modern, smart economy that will protect the environment and not leave us with the ugly face of the earth in our province, which is mining dumps, posing risks to health and lives of people. So this is an economy that will be sustainable, will be greener, and it will actually bring good income to households because we know transport pays better, but it will also make sure that we integrate our economy into the global economy. So what are we talking about? We're talking about transport being the leading, best performing economic indicator in our province.
Absolutely. I'm glad to hear that, because the other day I heard the Premier of the Western Cape saying that the Western Cape is going to be faster than any other region in South Africa. I'm glad to hear you challenging him on that, and let's see who's going to be first. It will be a nice competition. I wanted to talk a little bit about the pillars of that strategy that you just referred to before we move on and talk about how this all is integrated within the global move towards smart mobility.
Let me be very brief and just mention the following. One, it's remember what is critical to any serious effort for us in government is institutional capacity.
Yes.
We need to build the department. We are now introducing the Gautrain Transport Authority. We have the Gautrain Management Agency. We have a G-Fleet. These three institutions that are institutions of the Department of Transport, they have to be efficient and effective. Number two, we are looking at promoting the movement of freight. We have a partnership with Germany. We have just came back from interacting with our colleagues in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. We are preparing for engagements with the Eastern Cape. So freight movement of goods is going to be critical. Thirdly, we are looking at leveraging smart technologies, the fourth industrial revolution. We know that technology has moved. We're talking automation, digitalization, and of course, the whole thing of technologies that have got capabilities for sensing. So technology has moved, and we're also looking at building smart transport systems, smart traffic management systems, smart integration cards for commuters. The other thing that we really are looking at is changing the urban form, investments into the economy, and just changing the space of Gauteng, but reducing also the cost of travel. The other most important critical thing is infrastructure. And I must say to you, we will also be showcasing, we have established, Godfrey, what we call the Gauteng Transport Infrastructure House.
Sure.
We simply call it TIH, the Transport Infrastructure House. This is a house that we have created. It is working with the private sector. We have 18 projects with the private sector only. In total, we're running 103 infrastructure projects, mainly roads. Sure. This project, over 10 years, we're looking at spending about 23 billion rands. So that is the backbone and the core of integrating markets in the province nationally and linking and integrating our economy in global markets and making sure the commodities of our province are competitive in terms of price, because we are far from markets, and if goods don't travel in a cost competitive way, it means they are disadvantaged in the global markets. So the smart mobility document is the backbone of growing Gauteng together towards 2030, and transport is going to be the leading, best performing indicator than gold as we move forward.
Right. So that will be the first part of your week next week. The second part is bringing your colleagues and partners from around the African continent to talk about smart mobility around the African continent. I wanted from you first the theme of that conference, and then secondly, who you're inviting.
So let me just say to the viewers that already I've seen about more than 40 speakers that are coming from the different disciplines. And the key area of focus really is to look at smart mobility. And we will be looking at also including the future of electrical vehicles. That is going to be the big issue, particularly on the second day. We are also looking at non-motorized transport. We are looking at, we're also looking at the whole issue of startups, businesses. We have got about 30 small businesses, the startups that we want to support and promote. And of course, working with our international partners with the African continent to promote businesses that operate in the transport space that are going to show innovation and creativity. So we have got a number of speakers from across the continent. We will be having conversations. We will be showcasing ourselves, the role we are playing in promoting electrical vehicles in order to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, because we know the road network is one of the biggest culprits in terms of damaging the environment. So we will also be looking at electrical vehicles and the challenges around them and what can be done to promote them. So that's what we're going to have over the 3 days. It is going to be an exciting period, and I can tell you, South Africa will be taking its place through our province in smart mobility globally. The reason why we are at the center of this is precisely because as a province, we are embracing this concept, we're its champion, we're leading it, but we're adjusting it to the concrete realities of South Africa, of Gauteng province.
Yeah, I might also add, of course, MEC, that I think South Africa is the only place in Africa where you have got charging stations for electric vehicles. I don't know any other capital across the African continent that has got one, because I know there's one in Santana. I've seen it. It will be interesting when these things have become more commonplace. I wanted to talk about the participants, because I see here you have got some guys coming through from Lagos, and anyone who has been in Lagos will know about the challenges of navigating one of the largest cities on the African continent. I want to talk about the kind of issues that you want to discuss with your counterparts who are coming through here. Are they just coming to learn, or are they also bringing in their own experiences, and perhaps how we can standardize some of these things that we are seeing taking place here in Gauteng into the rest of the African continent?
So 2 things are very important for us there. The first one is that we as a country, and of course as a province, we will share with our colleagues globally in the continent about our experiences here of promoting and how we want to drive smart mobility. Secondly, we want to learn best practice. What are the things that the colleagues in the world are doing to drive smart mobility already? We are told the Minister of Transport of, I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, one of the countries, and I don't want to, I think it's Ethiopia. Let me say yes.
Sure.
It's Ethiopia. The Minister of Transport is going to speak. So it is not about us just saying to them, this is what we have. It is about us in the main, learning from them, and also sharing with them how we are doing things. And I want to latch onto one example you have given. We are going to be showcasing the infrastructure around the enabling the electrical vehicles already with Gautrain. I can announce this now.
Sure.
We will be showcasing a fleet of buses that we will be now introducing to make sure that we reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We will also be telling them from our side about how, as the provincial government, we will be rolling out the stations across Gautrain facilities for charging the vehicles for the buses themselves, and even with the G-Fleet vehicles that are supporting government. And in that way, we're also supported by the private sector. Most of them original vehicle manufacturers that are also saying to us, let us roll out the stations to charge electrical vehicles, because everybody knows that that infrastructure has posed a challenge with respect to the success of the electrical vehicles. So we will also be showcasing just how we want to harness, transport, and integrate the markets here. And remember also, Gauteng province is the interfacing point for many roads that are leading to Botswana through N4. We do go to the parts of the north, Zimbabwe Bay Bridge, and other countries up through the N1, and of course Mozambique going into Swaziland. We've got the N17, we've got N4 corridor in Mpumalanga, so Lesotho. So the point I'm trying to make is that we will be demonstrating just how we are also through freight supporting the movement of goods across the continent. We will be hearing feedback from them about how because remember 60% of all freight in South Africa is here in Gauteng. We also want to hear from them. How do they see the movement of their commodities of goods in relation to our province? So this is going to be a dialogue, a conversation, how to protect the climate, how to reduce congestion. The point you're making about Lagos, congestion is a big problem here. We have just released the household survey, which the travel survey, which actually indicates that congestion is a problem. People are spending a lot of time on the road, more 5% increase in the hours, in time people spend on the road. So we're going to be sharing, we are going to be receiving best practice.
Sure. So you will also be integrating the private sector. I'm very glad to see that. But key to all of these things, MEC, is of course money as well as technology. And I think you addressed the technology part of it earlier on. I want to talk a little bit about the money. Is the money there? And I asked this question rhetorically, MEC, because I've been given some figures over the years that indicate that a lot of our money is sitting in the wrong capitals of the world, earning paltry interest rates when it could be working on behalf of the African people. But I'll leave you to answer that one.
Let me say to you that that's precisely the reason why, and let me speak for us here in the province. That is why in the smart mobility vision that we are presenting, we will be able to say to investors, local and international, here are projects, here is our project pipeline that gives you a project from planning, design, construction as a critical step. So I think the issue here is if we want investors local to bring the money wherever it's sitting, and those outside to also bring more money into the country, what is the best way to do that? Is to showcase your project book or your project portfolio. And say, here is it, and to also show the regulatory environment, how we are dealing with that, so that there are no bottlenecks, red tape, like environmental approvals. So to that extent, we can only show it by putting the portfolio of projects on the table. I can tell you, for example, there's the OR Tambo Smart facility for container movement of freight on the N3, a massive opportunity for investments. We are building roads to support that. The city of Ekurhuleni has already started with what we call bulk infrastructure. It is a 2.5 billion worth of a container terminal. It has a potential over 20 years to grow into 15 billion of rands. So I'm just trying to indicate to you, and it links up with Kuha, it links up with the Durban Harbour. So it is an example over and above the other 23 billion worth of projects, including those by private property developers who are sitting in with big projects in River City, in Vaal River City. They want us to support them with roads. The Junction project in Swani, in Midrand, the waterfall areas. There are many I can mention, Stein City, William Nicol. All these projects are going to support real estate development, but they themselves are massive, massive catalytical projects that every investor should be able to put their money and invest in.
100%. Big projects, so big bucks we're talking about here. But I'm glad to see also, MEC, that throughout the program that you are going to be following next week at this conference, you are talking to startups. You are talking to what would appear to be small businesses. Explain to me the rationale between the startups that you are going to be listening to and what you're hoping to get out of them.
Exactly. So remember that we have got... and this is a principle that we are driving in the province, including township economy. We believe that transport gives an opportunity to anchor, to attract, to bring innovation, particularly from the youth and from the young people in general, who can be able to showcase what is it that they can do in the transport space to be able to create businesses that will grow and be the pillar of the economy moving forward. So they will be presented and they will be unveiled, and definitely investors, we hope, and we're convinced, we firmly believe, some of these investors I'm talking about will also be able to partner with these startups, because remember, a startup is able to put an idea, an innovation, a concept that people can look at and say, we think we can bet our money for this one, or we can put our money for this. Some of them are able to be bought and integrated to change even big companies. So what I'm saying is bringing up startups, small initiatives, also that is going to give an opportunity, because remember, to create jobs, you need new initiatives, because those ones still have to capitalize, and they've got an opportunity to bring more people. So supporting startups is the direct best way to create jobs. So we will be showcasing them. Let me not give a lot and preempt the event itself, but I'm saying to the people of our province, you will see us unveiling the startups, what's going to happen, who are they, and how are we moving with them forward. And this is how we're going to grow the economy.
Absolutely, and I see there will be people from all over the continent and certainly from very different sectors of transport. MEC, we can only wish you the best next week as you embark on this journey, number one, of positioning Gauteng in terms of its infrastructure for transport, and also how we integrate it within the country and the rest of the continent. All the best.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity, and you are invited.
Thank you, sir. I shall make my way there. If they chuck me out, I'll pick up the phone and call you. The member of the Executive Council for Public Transport and Infrastructure, Jacob Mamabolo, in Gauteng. And that's our program for this week. Thank you for watching. Maybe we will see you at that conference if you and I are admitted.
Of colonialism to the age of globalization, through thick and thin, India and Africa have done much together. But there are still challenges that needs to be addressed there are still frontiers that needs to be crossed.
The construction and the operation of the Gautrain system has created a lot of jobs. It's enhanced the economy and also helped to establish the rail sector here in Gauteng. The obvious next step is to assess the benefits that extensions to the rapid rail system could bring to the province.
All this started back in 2014 when the province decided to do a 25-year integrated transport master plan. And it wanted to look ahead and say, 2037, 2038, around there, how would people be moving in the province? And the single conclusion that we came to is that moving people to and from jobs in perpetuity on the roads is just not going to work. And what we've come up with is a 5-phase plan. It covers additional
That volume of masks, which was clearly needed to prevent the spread of the virus.
From 1995, Africa to Kern has been developing South Africa's young people from cradle to career. From early childhood development to career development programs, we develop and empower young people from underprivileged communities to fulfill their dreams. But we need to do more, feed more, provide essential healthcare services, and enable those to survive the ongoing crisis of poverty. Together, let us create the South Africa we want.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Then think Zenith, adjudged the largest bank in Nigeria by Tier 1 Capital for 3 consecutive years, named Best Bank in Corporate Governance and the most customer-focused bank in Nigeria. Zenith is certified on 3 key ISO standards, a success built on dedication to people, technology, service and commitment to internationally accepted principles and standards. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Hello and welcome to the CNBC debate. I'm Jeff Cutmore here at CNBC's London studios, where I hosted a special virtual panel as part of the IMF's 2020 annual meetings on the global economic outlook. The COVID-19 pandemic brought the world to a standstill, creating the biggest economic crisis in the post-war era. With latest IMF data forecasting the global economy to shrink by 4.4% in 2020 and national debt in advanced economies to reach 125% of GDP by the end of 2021. This year's annual IMF meetings discussed the long-term effects of this crisis, economic inequality, and the road ahead for recovery, with or without a vaccine. Joining me for this CNBC debate was IMF Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva, ECB President Christine Lagarde, the Indonesian Finance Minister Sri Mulyani Indrawati, and Board Chair of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. I just want to start with a reality check. Let's take stock for a moment, Managing Director. The IMF says in its World Economic Outlook we're seeing a modest improvement in the growth path here, but we have no US stimulus agreement. We just had a terrible weekly jobless claims number from the United States. We have no Brexit agreement. We have no vaccine. And importantly, infections are rising. I never thought I'd actually say this, but is there a possibility that your negative 4.4% for the global economy for this year is actually starting to look over-optimistic?
Minus 4.4% is less dire than we saw it 3 months ago, but dire nonetheless. For all the reasons you brought up. We face incredible uncertainty, and in that uncertainty, we have to zero on what policymakers can do so we can underpin recovery and come on the other side of this crisis. And what is it that we concentrate on? You put your finger on the most important action, which is health. Let's give ourselves some credit. We have learned how to function with the pandemic still around us by applying simple measures like wearing masks, social distancing, zeroing or true testing on where are the cases. And if you look at the one sizable economy, this of China, it is going to come on the other side of 2020 with positive growth, largely because of this determination to restrict the spread of the pandemic. And we also have seen massive fiscal and monetary stimulus, unprecedented and synchronized. So we have to give credit where credit is due, but recognize that until we have vaccines and or effective treatment, we are not out of the health crisis, and the uncertainty would be still with us. Everything we can do to apply measures that reduce the impact of the pandemic even before vaccines, we must do. And then secondly, we ought to work together. I was very impressed by the membership up to now coming together. And I would say that this is our way forward to do all we can for support to households and to firms to be sustained until this durable exit from the health crisis. So to echo what you said, those who have fiscal space, please use it, and please keep monetary policy accommodative.
But Managing Director, is it perhaps your greatest source of disappointment at the moment that Congress is unable to come up with a second CARES Act?
Let's remember that the US economy has two levers, monetary policy and fiscal policy. Of course, it is best if they are used together in combination. We have to recognize that in the first round of action, that was done very effectively. And of course, it would be highly desirable that the fiscal lever is also put in place. But we have a way to go with this crisis. We are going to have that need of using fiscal space, and thank God the United States has fiscal space, not just this month and the next. It will be necessary further down the road. So let's see how quickly it would be deployed, but I have no doubt it will be deployed because it is necessary. Before the end of the year? We are not the decision makers. It is in the hands of each of our members. The impact would be positive whenever it comes. So if it is earlier, of course, that would provide a boost to certainty. And certainty is something we do need in this crisis. President Lagarde, if I could come to you on this, given this risk of a relapse that we see now and the balance sheet expansion that you at the ECB and the Fed and other central banks have already engaged in, and given where we are with the forecast for growth, has that balance sheet expansion been squandered ultimately? Have we seen little benefit from the actions that you've taken so far, given that we're still projecting a negative 4.4% growth rate?
Well, I dare to challenge you on that little benefit. I would observe that it's been an unbelievable crisis, number one, which in terms of brutality, depth, but also very unusual source, meaning services in particular, which has contributed enormously to the recession, and consumption, which has also contributed significantly to the recession, two very uncharacteristic causes for such crisis. So given the magnitude of what we faced, all actors, including the IMF, I have to say, because Kristalina does not sing the praise of the IMF, but we're here for that as well. But all actors actually stepped up to the plate and did things that were totally out of the ordinary course of business. If I look at my own corner, to actually see fiscal and monetary policies work together in the same direction and support each other in many ways, number one. Number two, seeing all 27 European countries decide that they're going to borrow jointly in order to give grants to those most affected by the crisis was also totally unheard of. And I would say that the magnitude of the support that we put in place has actually produced exactly the effects that we intended. In other words, we wanted to stabilize markets. We did that. We wanted to make sure that the risk of fragmentation would totally go away. When I look at the current situation, it is certainly the case. And we especially wanted to make sure that the real economy, you know, the families, the enterprises, small, medium-sized and large ones, would have access to credit, would be able to borrow from banks. And we've put in place huge programs in order to make sure that financing would be available without much restriction, because if I look at the interest rates at which corporates can borrow, roughly 1.5, the interest rate that families can borrow, roughly 1.3, and when I look at the increase of credit that has been available in the last few months, I would say it has been very successful, and it's exactly what we intended. Are we ready to carry on and continue to support as and when needed? Of course we are.
A lot of weaponry from the central bank armory has been used in getting us to this point. I listened to Jerome Powell's recent speech, and it almost seemed that he was begging for the US government to step in. Are we at a stage here, actually, where despite the claims, actually the limits of what can be achieved in both monetary policy and fiscal policy are beginning to be reached?
The debate at the moment is about lives and livelihood. And we're still in the long grass for the moment. And there's still a lot of work to be done, especially as from this corner of the world in Europe, we're seeing, recurrences of contagion. We're seeing maybe a second wave on the horizon or hitting the coastline of Europe. And we'd better make sure that all the arsenal that we have available is actually dealing with the situation by adopting the right policies, increasing the fiscal spending, which is certainly being considered by many member states in Europe as they're presenting their budgets at the moment.
Coming up on the CNBC debate, do we now need to push the vaccine expectations to the end of 2021 now?
I hope that perhaps by the first quarter of next year to the middle of next year, we would have something that works. Of course, vaccines are not a magic bullet.
Let's focus on the pandemic for a moment here, more specifically. Dr. Ngozi, if I could come to you, how concerned are you by the recent Eli Lilly and J&J suspension of vaccine trials? Do we now need to, in all reality, push the vaccine expectations to the end of 2021 now?
It's true that we've had this suspension, but I don't think we should become too pessimistic about the possibility of life-saving vaccines or therapeutics or diagnostics coming on stream. And I think the hope that perhaps by the first quarter of next year to the middle of next year, we would have something that works. I think that we should keep that hope. Of course, vaccines are not a magic bullet, and we can't guarantee, but the work that is going on so far looks very promising.
But the suspensions suggest that there are more challenges than perhaps we initially thought.
Probably, there may be. But remember that right now, let me speak about the COVAX facility and the work we're doing with the WHO, Gavi, and CEPI in the biggest solidarity effort on the health side. It's called the ACT Accelerator, which is an effort to accelerate the use of vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics. We've got a portfolio of 9 vaccines, 8 of which are under trial in various phases, and some in phase 3 at the moment. And we've got another 9 under consideration. So even though we've had those 2 suspensions, there are other vaccines that are being looked at. And so we know that 1 or 2 or more of those will come on stream.
Well, I'm very encouraged by your words, and I hope we are going to make faster progress into next year, because the challenge, I think, as the WEO sets out, is not only for Western countries, but many poorer countries and emerging markets are still facing a, quote, worsening picture here. Minister, you've already raised money from development banks and the bond market in Indonesia to help you through COVID. But you, like many other countries, are now running out of options, it would seem. What next? Can you go back to debt markets to raise more money? What do you hope to do to help your population?
So for Indonesia, when we hit by this COVID, we initially for 2020 fiscal year designed our fiscal deficit is only 1.7% of GDP. Our debt to GDP ratio is only around 30%. So we have a space. When we hit by this crisis of COVID, we enlarged the deficit to 6.3%. This requires a huge financing. And we are very lucky because we still have an access to the market, although we saw the turbulence of the market in April. But even with that kind of situation, Indonesia, with a well-established reputation, we still have the access on the market. We entered the market even during those turbulence, right in April as well as June. And we have a very good rate because we also enjoy the global low interest rate. At this moment, we also work together at the local market and with Central Bank, Bank Indonesia, in order for us to have an extraordinary financing, while we are also at the same time designing what is the right policy. Indonesia deployed deficit first and foremost is actually to save the people's life. So from the very beginning, we increased the spending on health to support social protection, enlarging it, as well as for the small and medium enterprises. Currently, we are going to watch what is going to be the corporation as well as financial sector stability. I think this is going to be one of the challenges in the next early years. And we definitely also expect vaccine. We are now currently working with at least 4 companies globally in order for us to get the first batch of the vaccine. So I'm more optimistic on the vaccine side, but certainly this is not going to be the end of the challenge, because for even vaccine, in order for us to be able to also vaccinate, we have 267 million people in Indonesia. That will a huge logistical as well as planning to vaccinate people in Indonesia. So a lot of work still need to be done beyond financing side. But on the financing side, I do hope that we are going to get still continue an access of the market. The support from the Multilateral Development Bank is also very, very incredible during this time. They are immediately responding and even offering us financing, both from the crisis response as well as for the vaccine. I also am very thankful for the international financial institution, including IMF, who support in terms of signaling, because it's very critical. For example, when Indonesia, for the first time, having this Bank Indonesia or central bank and fiscal policy working together, we are not punished by saying that, oh, we are now going to monetize our debt, because this is very important. This is extraordinary time, and that's why we need an extraordinary step. But we still very, very prudent and careful in using all the policy option and the instrument. That is very important when we have to stabilize the market, when we have to have the sustainable debt, as well as in order for us to be able to rescue the people and the livelihood of the people.
Still to come. We've seen governments try and save as many jobs and businesses and industries as they can in the first wave. But is it time to accept that not all can be saved?
It makes no sense to use money today to invest in the economy of yesterday. We ought to invest in the economy of tomorrow.
tough decisions have to be made at the moment, and we've seen governments try and save as many jobs and businesses and industries as they can in the first wave. But is it time to accept now, perhaps, that not all can be saved, and actually some of the structural changes that we're seeing mean some actually shouldn't be?
It is very clear that the post-pandemic economy would be very different from the pre-pandemic economy. As we mourn the people we lost and the suffering this pandemic has caused, we see the digital economy being a big winner of the crisis, and we know that when we come on the other side, digitalization is going to be embraced as a big advantage for the economy in the future. We are going to pour massive fiscal stimulus to continue to support the economy in the months to come. And already, as your question actually indicates, there is thinking about using the stimulus in a more targeted manner. Of course, in the first months, all that mattered was to prevent bankruptcies and prevent massive unemployment, and rightly so. The economy was in a standstill. Now, as we are gradually reopening, the measures that are being applied will also shift more towards supporting the workers rather than uniformly supporting the firms. But also, I would stress, this is a chance for us to build higher productivity, to build a greener economy, one that can withstand the other crisis knocking on the door, the climate crisis. So I am confident that we would see that very careful, well-calibrated direction of the stimulus in the months to come. Of course, we have to be mindful of supporting people and firms that are going to be transitioning out of the economy so they can be productively redirected. And that means emphasis on reskilling. It means also supporting sound framework for resolving cases when there are bankruptcies. In other words, good insolvency policies and practices in place. I am also very confident that as governments move in this direction, we would see private sector, which has been always on the front line of transformation. Makes no sense to use money today to invest in the economy of yesterday. We ought to invest in the economy of tomorrow, and do so with a sense that it is important to be a just transition. Inevitably, governments would be looking for ways in which they can raise revenues. They would need to do that. We are on the view that some progressivity in taxation and also reshaping taxation towards the shape of the economy of tomorrow would be necessary and would be positive for societies. We also would like to see very much concentration on quality of spending. So, a moment of transformation not to be missed.
Well, you raised the issue of taxation, so let me ask you, is it time that regardless of the views of the world's two tech leaders, the United States and China, the rest of the world pushes ahead with a digital tax, whether they like it or not?
Jeff, I'm an optimist, and I believe that ultimately there would be a multilateral solution to digital taxation. So I'm disappointed it hasn't yet arrived, but I'm encouraged that the discussions continue. It would be the optimal solution to have digital taxation that is applied universally globally, And let's not give up on getting to this optimal solution, because indeed, if it doesn't come in a way that is internationally accepted, it would come in a piecemeal manner. And we will have to then fix it, because it would not be the best solution for the world. So let's keep fingers crossed. The work continues. OECD has done a really good job, and G20 hasn't thrown the towel just yet.
Still to come on the CNBC debate, the ECB president on the Brexit battle.
When we do the calculation of how badly the UK on the one hand, the European Union on the other would be hurt by a no-deal situation, it's crystal clear that there has to be a deal.
President Lagarde, we've seen China's PBOC recently take action to weaken the yuan. Every time you are dovish, as you have been on this panel a few moments ago, that seems to put a ceiling on the euro. Are we seeing different blocs now view one of their solutions as a currency war, a sort of informal attempt to try and rein in any gains that are being made against the dollar?
Exchange rate are clearly a matter that central bank governors look at very carefully. It's part of the various data and information that we factor in, particularly to the extent that it has an impact on price pressure. But that's all I would say about this particular matter of exchange rate.
I wonder if you share the view that the IMF appears to be expressing, that actually we are facing maybe an imminent equity market pullback or some form of credit event as a result of the kind of policies that you've implemented at the ECB, these ultra-low rates and the excessive risk-taking that is being engaged in by banks and others. I mean, isn't the SPAC just another form of dangerous financial innovation here? Do you think we are seeing a mismatch between what capital markets are pricing their products at and what this very weak growth profile looks like?
Well, first of all, I would not pass an overall judgment in a vacuum like that, because I believe that markets are very different. When you look at the US market, when you look at the some of the Asian markets, or when you look at some of the European markets, it's a different story. And there are macroprudential measures that can be used in order to address particular issues if there was the development here or there of particular excessive asset prices in relation to the fundamentals or the underlying values. But it's not what we are seeing at the moment. And I would simply like to mention that the interest rates that we have is clearly related to also the natural interest rate, which has lowered significantly over the course of the last few years for reasons that have nothing to do with the pandemic, by the way, which have to do with demographics, which have to do with productivity and so on and so forth. So I would certainly not regard that as I don't know what terminology you use, but it's perfectly legitimate and adequate and proportional policies that we are using, in particular in relation to interest rates.
You mentioned earlier the pickup in cases we're seeing and the unity that we saw in Europe moving forward with a pandemic aid plan. Are you now concerned that that seems to be getting bogged down in a spat over rule of law language with Poland and Hungary? I mean, they're threatening to veto it.
Well, you know, I'm familiar enough with the European scene, and I've attended many of those endless meetings to know that, yes, there are divergences of views, and yes, countries start from a different place in this orchestra of 27 sovereign states trying to move together in the same direction. You know, when the debate started about Brexit, everybody was betting on the Europeans being, you know, all over the place and you know, the other side having a feast in picking them out and sorting out what it wanted. This did not happen. The Europeans stayed together. Everyone was having a feast about the fact that the Europeans would not be together and would not borrow together, and that in response to the pandemic there would be also 27 different responses. That didn't happen. And they together decided to go out on the markets and to borrow 750 billion euros in order to help those most affected by the pandemic. And of course, there is speculation as to whether or not they're going to agree and whether one or the other is going to actually try to influence the final decision in a very detrimental way. I don't think that we're going to see that, but it's part of a negotiation process where you have different interests at stake, and when they eventually, at the end of the day, sometimes at the 11 hours, eventually come to the same conclusion, that it's in their joint interest to be together and to be better together rather than individually worse off.
But is it worth risking a trade deal and damage to other European economies for the sake of French fishing quotas?
You know, in that negotiation, it is clearly in the interest of all parties. The business in the UK is very much demanding that a trade deal be concluded and be agreed. When we do the calculation of how badly the UK on the one hand, the European Union on the other hand would be hurt by a no-deal situation, it's crystal clear that there has to be a deal. It might be at, 3 minutes before midnight that a deal is agreed. There are very sizable ego, there are lots of issues, and there are, sectorial activities that actually matter and which have proven to be critically important for many European countries, including the UK for that matter.
Still to come, eradicating economic inequality.
The international community should look at the debt burden, especially at the poor country, the continuous support by international community, not only on the recovery path, but also in terms of the vaccine access is going to be critical.
Dr. Ngozi, if I could talk to you about trade, given your run for the WTO. We are seeing now a shotgun wedding in the United States involving China's TikTok and a US company. Is this a realistic way to resolve security and trade disputes when the WTO is seen failing?
I think that the WTO is the only organization that has rules that underpin the multilateral trading system. And this is the system that most of the world belongs to. So I think that the sooner we confront the challenges the organization is facing and strengthen it, and strengthen the multilateral trading system so we have a predictable, fair, and level playing field in trade, the sooner everyone will be able to get back to that system instead of the kind of bilateral deals or difficulties that we see countries getting into now. So that's what I'd say. Let us get back to a multilateral system. Let's strengthen that. That is what will serve the world. And let's do less of the bilateral spats that we see. There's a group of countries here, the low-income countries, that need to be talked about as well. These are countries, the poorer countries, who don't have the ability to have the kind of fiscal stimulus that you've seen in the developed countries or even in emerging markets like Indonesia. We've seen the rich countries put about $12 trillion in stimulus with more on the way, 10 to 20% of GDP, whereas in many poor countries, in the African continent, for example, maybe on average about 2% of GDP fiscal stimulus. And many of these countries do not have the fiscal space with which to stimulate their economies or even to afford to be able to pay for vaccines. And this is something that I would like us to talk about. They don't have the resources for households or corporates. So we need to think about what that means, because the world is very interconnected now. And people in rich countries can think, well, we'll stimulate our economies, we'll come out of this, we'll buy vaccines from as many sources and we'll be fine. That is not true. As long as people in developing countries and in poor countries are not safe, nobody in the developed countries are safe as well. So we've got to think of a solidary approach. We've got to think of how we are going to work with those poor countries, be it on the health side. We are trying to raise $35 billion, for instance, for the vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics. And we've only been able to raise net about 3 to 4 billion so far. This is a tiny, less than 1% of the fiscal stimulus that has gone in so far in the rich countries. So let us think about this. Many of the poor countries are highly indebted. They don't have the fiscal space. On the African continent, we're seeing a recession for the first time in 25 years. The World Bank has estimated 60 million people being thrown into poverty, 50% of them on the African continent. So I think we need to bring the conversation back to how can we work in solidarity to ensure that not only people in the developed countries, we don't focus on them only, but also look at what can be done. I want to also commend the IMF and the World Bank for what they've done so far, the African Development Bank and all the multilaterals for the way they've pitched in. They've been fast, they've disbursed significant sums, but it's not enough. And we need to think about how to deal with the high debt levels in these poorer countries.
So let me bring that to the Minister, because as you focus on G20 efforts for a further debt freeze here, it was interesting to hear Ghana's Finance Minister and the chairman of the group say it's time to get real and honest and have discussions about the cash flow capacity of these countries. Why is the IMF having to step in yet again and provide financing to over 80 countries at this time? Is it not important that we really start to call out those corrupt and inefficient governments that are really not helping the poorer countries and the emerging countries to deal with their economies?
We do know that we need to step in with an extraordinary measure like fiscal deficit, but as well as monetary policy, which is also supporting very strongly. But for us to be able to recover, we should not rely continuously and only for these two instruments, that is fiscal and monetary policy. You really need to work very hard. And this is exactly what the Indonesia is doing at this very moment. In this very critical time, the President and Parliament agreed to have an omnibus law, which is going to improve the investment climate in Indonesia to create jobs. So soon enough, that we are going to smoothing this kind of transition from the support of the fiscal deficit and monetary policy. We are not going to withdraw too soon, but the structural reforms should step in soon enough so that they are going to be able to contribute to the growth. This is exactly how you are going to work together using all the instruments available. Now, for us, in this case, when you're talking about whether you should finance a government with a commitment, I think IMF, World Bank, and other regional development banks, they have the mechanism to make sure that their debt is going to be borrowed properly. Certainly, this is going to also continue supporting the reform in those countries. So I'm not going to be that skeptical. At the same time, many of these countries really need a support. So the DSSI, which is now being discussed within the G20, is going to be one of the initiative in which international community should look at the debt burden, especially at the poor country, so that they are going to be able not only surviving this crisis, but also recovering to their growth path. For us, of course, the continuous support by international community, not only on the recovery path, but also in terms of the vaccine access is going to be critical. But I also endorse the need that this is not just the fiscal and monetary support. We need to restore the trade and also the capital flow, because and capital flow, especially in the form of foreign direct investment, is much, much important than the short-term capital flow. And this is exactly what all countries need to do. If you're not going to waste the crisis, we really need to work hard at this very moment. And I'm very lucky in Indonesia because we have a good support from the parliament. So we have a very timely support approval on the fiscal side. We also have a very good discussion with the central bank. We also can signaling to all, especially stakeholder, rating agency, bondholder, so that we are going to have a much better coordinated in terms of what kind of policy framework that the government is currently doing. And we are very transparent. On the fiscal side, I'm the one who always promoting transparency, accountability against all this corruption. We are very transparent about how much money we collect, how much money we borrow, how much money we spend for what, and also in terms of how we are going to be audited independently. I think with that, then we are going to have a trust from the people, as well as the trust from the international community and bondholders. I also want to endorse what Kristalina mentioned earlier, that this is also a good time for us to design the recovery path, which is not just restoring growth, but we have to look at the gender lens. So, for example, most of the social safety net and small medium enterprise support, they are going to benefiting women. Don't forget that COVID is hit mostly for the women. Most of the health worker, they are usually also women. So this is all going to be very, very vulnerable for many of the women in many countries, which is going to also need to be supported timely and effectively. Second one is also related to climate change. We can design the reform as well as the recovery path by putting the climate change in our design. These are all the ones that Indonesia is currently doing. So we are using this crisis in order for us to be able to transform the economy. I do hope that other countries are also taking the same step. COVID is all country problem. It cannot be solved by only one single country or one region. All countries need to be also in a table to be able to address this issue. And that's why the collaboration at the international level is going to be very critical.
Up next on the CNBC debate, the uncertain road ahead for recovery.
Economies will do better when there is a bit of certainty around. And I think that, comes early November, we'll be in a better place on that front of uncertainty that prevails in the United States.
Clearly, leadership matters. For the bold action that you have all outlined is necessary during this panel to deal with the debt, to deal with the pandemic, to deal with inequality, to deal with carbon reduction. So, Managing Director, let me ask you, how pivotal for the reset and for the bold action for all of these things is the outcome of the election in the United States?
We have seen an incredible mobilization, and everything that has been done in these last months to sustain the economy that could have collapsed is done because all countries come together. And we have seen a remarkable attention to the both negative and positive spillovers of domestic actions. In fact, what we saw in the United States in the first stimulus was in the $2 trillion to plug in support for the IMF so we can do on a massive scale support for other countries. And in that sense, I think that we will see continuing on the same path because, one, very clearly vaccine policy is an economic policy. And it can only work if it works everywhere. We actually calculated, being the IMF and crunching numbers, that if we have an accelerated vaccine everywhere, not patchily here and there, by 2025, we will generate additional $9 trillion just by doing something that would be done together rather than separately. So I think we will see that course of action. And two, what we recognize today is that unless we are all coming together, we might see a very dangerous scarring for the world that goes a little bit in Ngozi's point. We have been converging for the last decades, developing countries, emerging economies doing better. But in this crisis, because advanced economies have much more capacity to act, we are seeing a risk of divergence. And I can tell you from where I sit, we will relentlessly be making the economic case why acting together is better than acting separately.
But just on that issue, and I know that you've neatly avoided answering the question about the US election, understandably for political reasons, but it seems the multilateral response has been less than it was back in 2009. The IMF has the capacity to sell gold reserves. It could have the capacity to issue new SDRs if Washington would buy into that. So it does matter, doesn't it, who's in the White House?
Let's look at where we are today. Today, the IMF has 4 times more firing power than it had then. Prior to the global financial crisis, the IMF had 250 billion total. Now we have 1 trillion. And we have used 280 billion. We still have 720 billion to boost the economy of emerging markets and developing countries. Secondly, what we have seen from the membership is incredible. When we call on the membership to do something, for those that have less resources, the response is outstanding. And of course, you're right to say there are other instruments that we may need to deploy. None of those is off the table. When I called in March for the issuance of new allocation of SDRs, markets were closed. Indonesia couldn't raise money in these days. Because of the massive liquidity, markets opened up, and emerging economies with strong fundamentals can tap into these markets. So my preoccupation, low-income countries, those that are cut off markets or have to pay prohibitive price for access. And this is where the attention goes. So I would be, sometimes we have to pause and say, are we doing ourselves a favor by trying to convince ourselves that the world is falling apart? I don't think we are. And I actually think that the world, yes, it is much more diverse today than it used to be. But it is interconnected world. And my impression is that the pandemic has brought some soberness everywhere. We recognize our interdependence more. And above all, what I see in this crisis is men and women stepping up, women particularly decisively, and that I think we all need to welcome.
Madame Lagarde, let me tempt you in on the question of a reset. you have made impassioned comments here on this panel about the need for monetary and fiscal to work together. We opened the conversation talking about the lack of further stimulus on the fiscal side in the United States. Do you hope that we get the opportunity for a fresh political wind blowing from Washington?
I'll tell you something. Whatever the wind is, economies will do better when there is a bit of certainty around. So I'm not directly answering your question, but I think that the uncertainty is something that investors, people who are wondering whether they're going to start a new job, create a company, borrow money, they want to have certainty. What is governing our decision making at the moment is uncertainty. So the less there is around, the better we are. And I think that, comes early November, we'll be in a better place on that front of uncertainty that prevails in the United States. Hopefully there will be other uncertainties that will be lifted on this part of the pond as well. But given that we're getting close to the end, I would just like to say, Jeff, that as we all indicated, many people stepped up to the plate. And in a funny way, while separating us, this virus has brought us together because we were all in it and all confronting the same issue. I just hope that vaccination is not going to divide us. We don't know whether globalization is going to continue to expand, but let's recognize that it has served us reasonably well most recently. And when it was a question of delivering masks, of receiving therapy, of trading amongst ourselves and picking up again on that, it has been a good thing. So let's not just draw the conclusions that it's going to be everyone for himself, that it's going to be protectionism all over again, that it's going to be this war or the other. And let's look at how we can, as we have been brought together by this virus, also be brought together by this vaccination. And I would like to salute the work that Ngozi is doing in that respect, because clearly it has to be not just for some who can afford it and who can sort of book their ticket first, but it has to be for all. And hopefully we'll be able to demonstrate that we are in this together and will stay together, including through vaccination.
President Lagarde, thank you. And I want to take the opportunity to thank you all, IMF Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva, ECB President Christine Lagarde, Indonesian Finance Minister Sri Mulyani Indrawati, and Gavi Board Chair Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Thank you all for being part of our CNBC panel. That's all for this CNBC debate. I'm Jeff Cutmore in London. Thank you for watching.
small businesses make up a lot in terms of the economy. And of course, a lot of these businesses are one-man businesses. But you also have to take into account the fact that there are actually businesses that are not even classified as MSMEs because they're not even registered. So I think what Visa are doing in terms of the Where You Shop matters is two things. They're drawing attention to business owners that you can get online. This is the time because it's highly critical to the survival of your business, which is amazing. And then it also draws customers' attention to the businesses that exist, because you might never have known that down the road is a woman that sells X, for instance. And now you know because she's been able to get online with a platform like what Visa have created. And this allows businesses to grow properly, and it also allows customers to actually know what's out there. And I think that's really, really beautiful in terms of boosting the business story in Nigeria and also allowing customers to be able to shop locally.
Hello there, it is exactly 4 p.m. CAT. A very warm welcome to today's episode of Closing Bell East Africa. You're with me, Naringwa Fiana Muthoni, and we're coming to you live as always from Kigali. Coming up on the show, we'll have Celestine Rwabukumba, the CEO of Rwanda Stock Exchange, who will unpack the new policy based on privatization here in the country. After that, Paul Kakuza, president of the Uganda Tourism Association, will share on the challenges and opportunities in the country's tourism sector. Finally, we'll look at skills development in boosting Rwanda's tourism sector. As always, feel free to comment on any of our stories by tagging us on Twitter at CNBC Africa. Use the hashtag CBA410, or you can tag me directly at Fimuthoni. Let's kick off the show with regional headlines from the East. Kenya's economic activity rebounded in the 3 months to September from a sharp contraction in the second quarter of a progressive reopening of businesses from July. This is according to the latest growth outlook by Focus Economics, which is projecting a 1.2% full-year growth. The latest outlook, based on data compiled from 15 global banks, consultancies, and think tanks, is a 0.3 percentage point upgrade from previous projections in September. Inflation in July to September period averaged at 4.3%. Moving on, but still in Kenya, insurance firms have reported a sharp rise in policy cancellations and withdrawals by customers squeezed by the economic fallout from the COVID-19. Raising fears that many insurers could soon face liquidity challenges. Jubilee Holdings Limited, the largest insurer in the region, has reported a 20 to 30% increase in cancellations of life policies. According to the Insurance Regulatory Authority, 20 insurance companies, or 35% of 56 licensed businesses, are in a breach of capacity adequacy requirements. Finally, Tanzania has rolled out electronic tax stamps on all soft drinks and bottled water to improve tax collection. In a statement, the Tanzania Revenue Authority said the stamps on fruits and vegetable juices, bottled water, as well as films and music products will commence on the 1st of November 2020. The use of electronic tax stamps for accessible goods was introduced to replace the physical paper stamps that were, according to officials, linked to incidents of tax evasion and counterfeiting. That's all for today's regional top stories. Let's take a moment to look at how the market is performing. Now, starting off here in Rwanda, the cabinet recently approved a new privatization policy and a strategy to improve the privatization process of state-owned enterprises, as well as respond to the challenges observed. For more on this, we had a conversation with the CEO of Rwanda Stock Exchange, Celestine Rwabukumba.
Privatization is not something new in Rwanda, because if we go back in the most recent past, actually it's been more than 20 years now, privatization has been in place. The first round of privatization came within, actually in 96, just 2 years after the genocide, but it kept being improved how it was being done. So just alone by 2007, about 104 companies had been privatized through means that were existing at the time, which is, calling on interested parties, strategic investors, and so on and so forth to come and take on the public assets, actually. Because, those companies of government are belonging to the general public, and are managed by a government. So the shift was to put them in the hands of the private sector, mainly, or in the hands of strategic investors at large. So of recently, actually, I think Cabinet has passed the policy promoted by RDB and the ministries in charge to look at the gaps and to even create more avenue for future privatizations in the country. So I think the shift has come as just a normal course of doing business in government, where you are trying to address a few gaps that have been noticed before and improving the processes. Because now before, when the privatization was being launched before, in 96, during what we call ajustement structurel, was, the capital markets, for example, were not in place. There was no PPP framework in place. All those things now have been put in perspective, and they are part of this new policy of how people or how government is going to be privatizing going forward its own assets.
Okay, now Celestine, you've just touched on some of the new things that are being put in place in the new policy. But as you said earlier on, privatization has been around for some years here in the country, but we've seen it has had a slow progression, if I may say that. We saw last year there were 3 agribusiness companies meant to be privatized, but only one succeeded. What are some of the gaps that we should actually be focusing on today? And what are some of the gaps that this policy is coming to solve?
Well, I mean, at a glance, like I said earlier, when it was being put in place, was basically, the basic principle of government. Government has no business in doing business normally. So the business of government, in principle, is to create a conducive environment for doing business and creating policies that the country follows. Legal framework, conducive environment for doing business, and so on and so forth, and other reforms, financing of the economy and things like that. The frameworks are normally created by government for the good environment to operate in. So that was the basic idea behind, to even manage those assets better by the private sector in principle. So private sector is supposed to be managing business better than maybe the central government, for example. So that's how the privatization came. But as time evolved, other things emerged. So the policies that were there in the beginning were followed. Many companies have been privatized, by the way. A lot of companies, 100 or 200 plus. But in the recent past, there has not been that many privatizations. But even those ones which were there before, sometimes they were done. They were given, public assets were given to private individuals or strategic investors, and some of them did not end well because mainly people will take those companies, for example, they will not do what they had agreed with government, and you see a lot of back and forth. Examples are many that have happened, but in general, there are many, again, also who have been done correctly, and they have achieved the goals government has set out to achieve. However, like I said earlier, the doing business and government business has to improve, the country has to keep improving what it does. So some of the gaps which were identified before were corrected. That's why the new policy has also included the PPP, not giving public assets only to private investors, but also in partnership with government. That's actually what PPP stands for. Then also, there is another policy which was not really followed that much before, although it was there also, the one of privatizing public assets, but considering capital market privatization, whereby the policy was passed, I think, in 2009, where government was, that policy approved by cabinet at the time was saying that if you want to privatize some of those enterprises which fulfill the requirements of capital markets, they could be privatized using the capital market, giving at least something like 30% to the general public. For that matter, for two reasons. One, to increase the wide ownership of the general public, but also promoting the capital market industry in general, because it was just coming on board. If you recall, the market was launched in Rwanda in 2008. So that was the goal at that time, to also help give the assets to the taxpayers in general, because the public involved includes also the retail investors, and some institutional investors would take advantage of that. So that's how you saw a few companies, for example, the likes of Bralirwa, even partly Bank of Kigali, also came on board to give some of the shares to the general public. To accomplish that, of course, by doing that, you're also encouraging people to save using the markets, which is what the markets are supposed to be doing. So in a nutshell, I think that's what it is. But now, of recent, the new framework of PPP is in place. Now that's how you have seen this new policy, also including some of those aspects.
Yes. Now, as you said earlier on, privatization could be triggered by either poor performance or even creating a competitive environment here in the country, among other reasons. With this move, how much of this will it actually spur the country's economic activity?
Well, actually, I think, by privatizing, you are definitely reducing, not necessarily entirely eliminating inefficiencies in some instances, like we have seen previously in some public assets managed by government, but you are also, removing some aspects of comparative advantage of having government on board in a company. So then you leave it completely to the private sector and other investors to now focus on the business side without having to compete with government in those businesses like that. So sometimes people see it that way. It increases some of that.
That conversation on Rwanda's privatization efforts takes us for a short break. Keep it CNBC Africa. Closing bell East Africa. We'll be right back.
Investing in infrastructure is an essential enabler for promoting diversified and inclusive growth in South Africa, not only in the province and the continent as well.
COVID-19 has forced us to pause unwillingly in some of the implementation and planning initiatives. But from my perspective, it's actually encouraged us to rethink and be a lot more agile and efficient in how we are thinking about rolling out these SEZs.
PRASA before COVID-19 had already announced that we were going through the modernization process, which means that we're looking at high technology for our stations, high technology trains to actually give a better service for our passengers. We also have had a lot of import equipment and trains in the past, and looking very much into manufacturing locally, which is really a catalyst to economic growth.
We have in South Africa one great example in the infrastructure environment, specifically in the energy environment, and that is the renewable IPP program, which was rolled out and where South Africa has been receiving awards because it's the best program worldwide at one given point in time, and it has shown on how these kind of projects can be rolled out successfully, as well as for the interest of the investor and the IPP.
Welcome back. Tourism is Uganda's highest foreign exchange earner, but low budget allocation to the sector is among issues affecting its growth. For more on the challenges as well as investment opportunities in the sector, we spoke to Pal Kakuza, the president of Uganda Tourism Association. She starts by explaining interventions made to help the sector recover from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Unfortunately, this time of COVID, tourism, as you know, globally has really been hit very, very hard. Yes, we'd like to say that we were the sector that has been most hit by the pandemic. However, having said that, on a brighter note, tourism is extremely resilient, and we expect tourism to be among the first sectors to bounce back. As we speak now, Uganda Tourism Board has got they're running a campaign called Take on the Pearl, which is encouraging the Ugandans to travel within their country to see the beautiful country of Uganda.
Tell me, you've talked about tourism having been hit by COVID-19. How has the government back in Uganda been supportive in making sure you recover?
The government has helped through development partners and specifically through the EU. They've offered what they called a stimulus package for the tourism industry. This was the first time the government had ever done such a thing, and also the development partners, the EU. So the stimulus package is being funded or being run through the Uganda Development Bank. And it is a commercial loan, but it's a low interest loan, and with a 2-year grace period before you start paying. They've looked at sectors in the tourism industry which have been hit, especially the employees. They've not been able to retain the number of employees they have. Most hotels are partially opened now, and they're looking for something, hopefully within the next 1 year, that will be able to be back on our feet. And as we speak now, we actually have a meeting with the Uganda Revenue Authority to lobby them and to see how much more support they can give to the tourism sector. What they did was to defer some payments, some statutory payments to URA for 3 months. But the truth of the matter is, it's not that they've waived the taxes completely. They've just deferred the payment of taxes. So our negotiations with URA now, actually, as I go back tomorrow and the following weeks, would be how to work with the Ministry of Finance and the Uganda Revenue Authority to actually waive some of these expenses. Even when a hotel is partially open, like even the Radisson Blu, where I am staying at the moment, you still have expenses. You still have water and electricity. Those are very big expenses. You're not going to light half of the hotel and not the other half. You know what I mean? And water. The few guests you have there will still be using water. So these are the little things we need to really push to have, for a proper government support for the tourism sector.
All right. Now, talk to us about investment opportunities in Uganda's tourism.
Tourism. I've just been talking to, we've just had a press conference now under the East African Tourism Platform. And one of the participants was actually a tour operator here based in Kigali. And he's just been telling me that he actually has a partner in Uganda, and he wants to build a small lodge, glamping. He wants to take the essence of glamping, which is fantastic. So an investor can come to Uganda Wildlife Authority. I think now is a good time, actually, to see what concessions there are in some of our national parks, and to have an agreement with them and to do some investment. What has been to support, what the government or Uganda Tourism Board has done to support investment is they've lowered the threshold of investment. I think it used to be, I think it was like something like almost $2 or $5 million. So they've brought it down to $1 million to try and get more investors coming interested in the tourism product in Uganda.
But what exactly are some of the packages or opportunities that would attract investors? If there's an investor who is listening to this conversation right now, what would be the takeaway, from it as an opportunity that they can invest in?
I will tell you one big thing. Uganda is where the source of the River Nile is. Traditionally, we as a country have not explored and used Lake Victoria. That, to me, is the biggest investment opportunity in Uganda. Yes, there'll be a lot of, you'll spend quite a bit of money, but we've encouraged the government that they should build piers and walkways on these places to encourage, for that boats can dock. For example, we have a lot of traffic in Uganda. We should thank God for traffic. I'll tell you about traffic and this COVID time and how London is missing traffic. The city is almost dead because people don't want to go into the city for fear of contamination. Anyway, so we have a lot of traffic in Uganda. And one of my dreams when I really came into tourism, I said, you know what I'd like to do? We'd like to drive your car to Munyonyo and then take the boat to the airport. Because Entebbe is built on a peninsula, the international airport. And why should we have to face traffic for I don't know how long just to get to the airport? So marine investment, I would say today, is, for a serious investor, is what they should really look at seriously.
Do you think there's not enough marketing on the Ugandan side, not only in terms of gorillas, but also other tourism packages?
Yeah, what you say is correct. The tourism, unfortunately, in Uganda it takes approximately 1% of the budget. That's all. I am ashamed to say, but that happens to be the truth. I don't want to be too political and say we haven't done. But as a tourism professional, every year we sit, like now we actually have a meeting with the finance next week. We try to get ourselves involved in the budget process. To us, that is the starting point, so that year by year, the amount of money that is given towards tourism is increased. It's not a lot at the moment, but there's so much, and what you say is correct. We do not market Uganda as much as you do in Rwanda, for example, or that Kenya does, or even our neighbor Tanzania. For whatever reason, I don't know.
Coming back to Rwanda, the country has positioned itself as a luxury tourism destination, taking the low-volume, high-value approach. In efforts to better service delivery in the tourism and hospitality industry, the country has invested heavily in skills development. CNBC Africa's Tessie Caven had a conversation with Julia Motz, the Global Program Manager of EF Education First, for more on how skills development can boost the tourism sector here in Rwanda.
From the partners that we're working with on the ground here in Rwanda, we know that in traffic and travel is a huge opportunity, right? And it is a key milestone to boost it as much as we can for Rwanda. And one of the key challenges that we have identified here on the ground is the lack of English proficiency. Right, so English proficiency still remains a critical challenge, specifically within this industry. And Rwanda, particularly, is a country that positions itself as a low volume but high value destination that is able to provide world-class service to all of its travelers, no matter where they come from. And really, to deliver on that promise, it's very important to hone on English proficiency and on communication skills, right? So that people are able to express themselves fully and confidently, and so that they're able to welcome clients from all over the world, and of course from within the continent. And so within our realm, we're only tackling one specific challenge, and that's the challenge of language and communication skills in the sector. And we're working together with the Rwanda Development Board and the MasterCard Foundation. We're honored to be working with them. They really acted fast when the crisis hit the industry incredibly hard, and they wanted to find partners that can help them tackle that challenge of English proficiency.
Let's talk about how you're tackling that challenge. How have you come in, and what are you doing to tackle this challenge?
So we were brought in by the MasterCard Foundation and the Rwanda Development Board in May, and the company I work for is Education First. And Education First is a leading English training provider around the globe for corporations and for governments. And so we have a training solution, an online English school that we've been investing in and working with for over 20 years. And it's the largest English school actually online in the world. And so we provide language training for passive language skills, but also active language skills, so with a strong focus on speaking skills through group classes, through private classes with native teachers to our Rwandan learners. So it's a 12-month program, it's fully online, and we're seeing incredible results from our Rwandan learners already.
How has it been launching a new program in a new country during COVID times? What was that like?
I won't lie, it was very challenging. In a normal year, we would have been on the ground right from the start. We would have had big town hall meetings. We would have had our partners, MasterCard, RDB, on the ground to support us, to spread the message. This program was fully launched online, and we've managed to launch close to 2,000 learners fully remotely. It came with its challenges again when it comes to communication, but I am incredibly happy to see that it worked. It did work. And in that sense, I have to absolutely commend the partnership, and working with the Rwanda Development Board has been incredible. Working with the MasterCard Foundation and their Hunger Azaza partners has been incredibly helpful. They've been very, very supportive. We were the last partner to join Hunger Azaza, and they have really opened all the doors for us that needed to be open so that we could come in and launch remotely.
Are you only in Rwanda, in Africa? Which other countries are you in?
With this particular program, we are currently only working from Rwanda, but we're also already looking at other sectors. So we're working with the Ministry of Education and the Rwanda Education Board to conduct a countrywide assessment of English proficiency of teachers, so we can design the right kind of training for them, or help design the right training for them. So we're looking at other sectors, and we're definitely looking to grow. We do feel that English proficiency and communication skills are integral to many different industries across the continent.
Technology will be key for what you're doing. How can we ensure that technology is reaching the right people for your work to progress?
That is such a good question. It's difficult, but it's not impossible. And we are very optimistic because we have seen people in our program that come in with a fairly good or high level of digital literacy and access to hardware and access to connectivity, and they fly through the program. They're progressing incredibly well, and we have also had the experience where we had put people on the program that have never even had an email address, and they need that because this is how we create their accounts, and they need it to access the online school. So they have never had an online account. They've never been involved in any kind of online learning platform. And once we manage to onboard them, they're good to go. And they're progressing incredibly well. And so we know for a fact it is a challenge, but it's not impossible. But we do have to work on the issue of connectivity and access to hardware across the nation, across the continent, because that is definitely, while online learning, I would say, makes education so much more accessible, for those people that don't have access to connectivity, we do run the risk of creating a wider gap. And that is something that we actively work to address with our partners. So in our case specifically, we try to work very closely with the organizations, so the different hotels and restaurants that we work with across the country and tour companies, to help them help their staff with connectivity and hardware. We are also working with various telecom providers to zero rate our app so that it doesn't come at a cost for learners to use it. And we're about to launch that. We're about to announce this partnership. And we do hope that that will have a huge impact for the country.
That conversation brings us to the end of today's episode of Closing Bell East Africa. You're with me, Naringwa Fiona Muthoni. As always, if you have any questions, suggestions, or feedback, feel free to write to us on Twitter at CNBC Africa. Use the hashtag CBA410, or you can tag me directly at Fimuthoni. Thank you so much for watching.
Having that framework in place and the ability to make decisions quickly has enabled clients to react quickly at that point in time to get that volume of masks, which was clearly needed to prevent the spread of the virus.
From 1995, Africa Techern has been developing South Africa's young people from cradle to career. From early childhood development to career development programs, we develop and empower young people from underprivileged communities to fulfill their dreams. But we need to do more, feed more, provide essential healthcare services, and enable those to survive the ongoing crisis of poverty. Together, let us create the South Africa we want.
economy, as you know, Mauritius is a small open economy, and Mauritius makes its living by trading and connecting the globe. The tourism industry, which represents 8.2% of GDP, but if you add the transportation, the accommodation, and food services, it goes as far as 25%, where the most impacted industry sector plus manufacturing. And this is where the bailout system, where a combination of monetary and fiscal actually help, through moratorium of loans to the corporate, have helped actually sort of containing the crisis. But one thing also that Mauritius has done, actually Central Bank, have decided to create Mauritius Investment Corporation that will be supporting the key players in the economy to sort of really reduce the impact of COVID and make sure that we are back into a growth trajectory by 2021, ideally.
The use of force.
Nigeria's youth minister says protesters fighting against alleged police brutality must end daily demonstrations and enter into dialogue with the government. Thousands of Nigerians calling for reforms in law enforcement have taken to the streets every day for more than a week across the country, posing a major challenge to President Muhammadu Buhari. The protests have continued despite the dissolution of the Special Anti-Robbery Squad, or SARS, police unit, following accusations of human rights abuses. They've also gained international traction online and the support of the Black Lives Matter activists rallying under the End SARS hashtag. Sunday Dare, the Minister of Youth and Sports Development, told Reuters the government had met the demonstrators' demands, including the creation of an independent body to investigate alleged misconduct and the release of all arrested protesters.
It is time to move to the next stage. That next stage is dialogue, to sit at the table. You have put demands on the table. Demands have been met. You might have other demands. It is only dialogue. And that's been the way of all protests, the way of all conflicts. And it cannot be different in this situation.
The minister did acknowledge the mistrust of demonstrators who say the government has promised to reform the police in the past with little effect. The president and Nigeria's police chief promised that force would not be used on peaceful protesters, but police have opened fire on demonstrators in recent weeks. At least 10 protesters have been killed, according to Amnesty International.
Ethiopia has been tackling its invasion of locusts for months. Now the United Nations says the problem has got so bad, it's the worst it's been here for 25 years. The swarms of insects are destroying the country's crops, and with it the livelihoods of millions. Farmer Indira Ahmed doesn't know how he's going to feed his children.
My sorghum investment in 5 hectares of land was robbed by swarms of locusts.
Hi everyone and good afternoon. Welcome to Closing Bar South Africa, your wrap of the markets day. My name is Fifi Peters. Let us begin in Nigeria right now, where we do have an update on the unrest that, of course, we did see ensue over this past week. On Tuesday, in fact, violence erupted in Lagos, and some military personnel fired at young people there protesting over police brutality and also the deep-rooted social injustices. My colleague Kenneth Igbomo spoke with the Nobel laureate Wale Soyinka about the situation. Let's take a look.
And up till now, it seems to have been an arbitrary and unconstitutional move by the federal government, the presidency. And the casualties, of course, I keep getting phone calls about people critically wounded in hospitals, and so on and so forth. And of course, the mood of those young people manning barricades has changed drastically. It's ugly, it's ferocious, it's totally uncompromising. And I blame the federal government squarely for this.
All right, now, with every crisis, there's an opportunity for a new beginning. And but reading your article that you put out, you suggest some immediate steps that could be taken, and I'd like you to shed more light on that.
Oh, the steps which I propose. Well, the first thing is this: if the state governments have not required military help, the military should be sent out immediately, back to their barracks, wherever they came from. But more importantly and more proactively, the state governments must take their future in their own hands, like these youths attempted to do. They must now establish immediately community police, but where the security forces are part and parcel of the people and bonds on peaceful, unarmed gatherings, as this military has done. So that's one. And in addition, I think it's time that we have a series of town hall meetings across the nation. For those who are interested, that is, leave those alone who want to, to be governed and ruled and dictated to, unconstitutionally in many instances by the federal government. Hold town hall meetings, engage these youths. The kind of journey which I had yesterday and today, in which I visited, since they were on the way and there's no option, several barricades. I think we need more people to go deliberately out to talk to these youths and calm them down and assure them that justice will be done. And that the issues, the big issues, not just the short-term issues, that the big issues will be addressed structurally, beginning from their own environment, and make them a part of the entire system. Not aliens, jobless aliens, angry aliens, but make them feel that they're part of the system, a part of the problems, and therefore a part of the solutions. The military, of course, should be made to compensate those who are injured and compensate the families of those whom they have killed extrajudicially. So
I was saying that it's a tall order when you look at the trust deficit that is existing in Nigeria, when you look at how the government and the citizens have been relating in many years for now. But how can we improve this social contract with government? Interesting viewpoint you put there, getting that transparency out there. But there's still a lot more that the government needs to do, because sometimes we hear the government say one thing with one hand, and then we see other actions coming with the other hand.
Yeah, there's no mystery about the social contract. Those who stand for election know of its existence. They're questioned about it when they go campaigning. The citizens know their role, their rights, their partnership in the social contract. And the citizens have a responsibility to themselves to hold those who govern them to this contract. Part of that contract is, of course, that you don't arbitrarily shoot at citizens when they question your fulfillment or your failure to fulfill part of that contract. The social contract does not need to be rewritten, doesn't need to be spelled out in detail. It exists in the social contract, just the same as when we talk about natural justice, health facilities, also the resources of the nation, to sustaining government. And even among themselves, legislators reveal the disparity between their take-home payment and shall we say, the average living wages of the generality of the populace. So a little bit more humility and consideration and less exhibitionism and greed within the governing contract. And so this is what these youths across, remember, all professions, including, of course, the unemployed, are demanding. The right to be gainfully and productively engaged, employed.
And of course, we have heard from the African Union commenting on the situation there in Nigeria, condemning the violence that has taken place this past week, particularly calling on government officials there to ensure that they do all they can to calm the situation and end the violence. But that is where we leave it as we count down to the local close of the market. Quite interesting action happening as we are seeing the market lower as as investors are awaiting that final U.S. presidential debate that is set to take place in the AMs. And of course, Donald Trump taking to Twitter already, dismissing all the polls that say that he is not in the lead as fake. Do stay with us. We will unpack how the market watchers are watching and are looking forward to that debate, as well as a whole host of things, including the results from clicks and a report from the World Economic Forum about the future of work. I'll see you on the other side of this break.
Our Women in Technology program started way back in 2014 in one of our offices in the US. The team there noticed that while quite a number of the men were getting involved in some computer engineering, developing apps and things like that, quite a number of the younger women were actually not getting involved in that. And they created this Women in Technology program, which is largely driven first at driving an incubation area where women can freely come in with their ideas, where they get help in terms of developing their ideas further, looking at the whole tech angle of it, and obviously how they can then amplify. Quite a big part outside of just the incubation was around getting some seed funding to really help them in starting to get some capital to get these ideas to come to life. So this is what we do with our program. We actually go through and we select quite a number of women. They go through quite a rigorous session, through the bank, and we have external partners who also help us to run the program. Yeah. They then subsequently go through a 90-day, and after that, depending on the country, and we are now present in 7 countries across the region, we then give them, $10,000 as seed funding. In fact, to date, we have so far given over $500,000 to several of these incubators across the region.
Welcome back. Well, the JSE has closed, and we'll talk about those numbers in just a moment. But first, let's take a look at some of your top stories. The Rand is holding onto its gains as investors do eye U.S. stimulus talks still. The negotiations continue with another meeting to be held today. In the meantime, U.S. jobless claims data did come out this afternoon, totaling 787,000 last week. This is the lowest total since the early days of COVID-19. Tomorrow morning, South Africa will be waking up to the aftermath of the final U.S. presidential debate. That's if you're not staying up until 2:30 to watch at 2:30 Central African time, of course. But moving on, Clix's diluted headline earnings per share have increased by 13.7% to 754 cents for the year ended August. Retail, health and beauty sales were a strong contributor, up 8.4%. Another highlight was the strong performance of healthcare wholesaler United Pharmaceutical Distributors. The absence of the traditional winter flu season did, however, impact negatively on pharmacy sales. We will be reviewing the numbers in just a little while with Click CEO Vikesh Ramsunda. All right, but let us get to the broad market and try and find out what kept investors busy today. Sleo Dzati, who's an investment analyst at Anchor Capital, joins me for that conversation. Sleo, good afternoon. Just looking at the Rand story, the Rand holding steady as we're waiting and waiting and waiting for an outcome of the stimulus talks. I mean, I see that the JSE is lower. I'm wondering if it's as a result of losing breath, waiting for the outcome of those talks, or if perhaps other factors have driven the market lower today.
Hi, Fifi. Yes, I do think in the short term, the outcome of these stimulus talks is probably going to be the biggest driver of global markets, certainly US markets, which have led global markets. And South Africa will probably follow suit as a result. Today, across the globe, we've seen risk off generally in most equity markets. And I think we've just kind of gone along with that trend.
Because we do know in terms of Mr. Trump that his tweets are market moving, and I couldn't help but notice one of his latest ones just before starting the show, just dismissing what the polls are saying about his position in the US presidential race. How closely are you watching that race and what Mr. Trump thinks about who is currently winning it and who is not?
I suppose you can make the argument that if you look at the last US election, the polls were generally mistaken in terms of the eventual outcome. We're definitely watching the elections and keeping an eye on them, but I wouldn't say we're making massive investment decisions based on what we think is going to be the outcome of these elections, just because we tend to look on an investment horizon that's usually a few years out rather than a few months out.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll leave it there for now, of course, as we are all interested to see how this final debate will take place and what it has in store, though I do understand there'll be tighter controls so that we don't have individuals speaking over each other this time around. But nonetheless, let's talk to the market. So standout gainer by leaps and bounds in today's session being Altron. And I would like to understand your view on the stock, because clearly there's a massive repricing in Altron shares today. That's what's made it shoot up to the roof. And talk to me about that repricing and what your view is on the position the company is taking regarding the UK listing of its Bytes business.
Yeah, so I think if we look at that UK listing of the Bytes business, if we take a step back and look at what technology as a sector has done in not just the US, but globally in terms of market performance, it's been a pretty good time to be a tech business in terms of your listed share price performance. And we've seen a lot of appreciation and enthusiasm in terms of IPOs of tech businesses this year. We can argue whether or not some of that is froth or whether there's actual fundamentals behind that. But I guess part of this move is an attempt to take advantage of that trend, of the fact that maybe there's a valuation gap between what they think Bytes will get once they list that separately and what the overall Altron business is valued at the moment.
Yeah, and in terms of the laggards in today's session, it is the mining counters once again, which does make it very difficult to discern what the market thought about the performance of the Anglo stable this time around. So just talk to me about that. I mean, did they impress? And if so, I mean, is it time to invest more in mining at this point in time?
I think there weren't many big surprises in the production reports we got out of the Anglo stable today. If we look at Amplats, we know that at the start of the year they had that really unfortunate explosion at their converter plant, which meant that their volumes has been under massive pressure in 2020. It looks like they're getting back to 100% capacity. They said they're at 94% at the moment. If we look at Kumba, they again didn't really have a change in their guidance. I think the really big story for the Anglo stable is what's happening with commodity prices. If you look at iron ore and platinum group metal prices, those have been really strong. And I think that's really the key driver for not just Anglo-American, but the sector as a whole. It's more prices rather than volume, I would say.
And staying in the commodity space, of course, a counter that hasn't done the greatest as a result of the underlying commodity is Sasol. And just taking on board what OPEC Plus is planning by way of trying to meet the demand-supply dynamics there. What did you make of Sasol's update? I wondered if you did listen in on the call that the CEO had a little earlier with investors about the situation at Lake Charles.
Yeah, I think these two recent hurricanes that Louisiana has had, which is where Lake Charles, Sasol's project is located, I think it's been quite unfortunate for Sasol because although they have scored some on goals over the last year or so, or year or two, this was something that was out of their control. They've said that they expect operations at Lake Charles to resume by the end of October. The long-term outlook for Lake Charles or Sasol. I think if you look at how the share price has performed over the last couple of months, I think it's fair to say that there's still a lot of skepticism around the capital allocation that the company has shown over the last couple of reporting periods, and just the direction that they're looking to take the business. And I think they're going to have to start putting up the numbers before investors really give them the benefit of the doubt.
And just your quick take on Clicks and its performance this time around, Sleo?
I think it's a very resilient business. It's remarkable in the sense that in a COVID year, in a year where we've had this pandemic, they've posted numbers that aren't very different to what we've expected over the last couple of years. Low double-digit revenue growth, earnings slightly ahead of that. And yeah, I think it's just very resilient, especially in these times. In terms of their actual operational performance, it's hard to really knock them.
All right, Sleo, we'll leave it there for now. Sleo Dzatsi, investment analyst at Anchor Capital. Walking us through the market moves and, of course, describing the performance of Clicks as resilient in this period. Interesting that the share price are not showing the same resiliency, but, of course, most CEOs will tell you that they don't look at the share price performance on the day, like perhaps Vikesh may tell me now, who is standing by. That is the Clicks CEO. Before we talk to him, just to refresh you on the numbers that were released a little bit earlier today, Clicks reporting a jump in full-year earnings, declaring a final dividend of 450 cents per share. The company was deemed an essential service during lockdown, with its stores staying open throughout. With the intention to use its reach and distribution network, Clicks announced that it wants to sell a COVID-19 vaccine once it becomes available. For more on this, Vikesh from Sunday, the CEO of Clicks, joins us. Vikesh, thanks so much for your time. That is the dominant headline right now, and I suppose the natural question would then be, are you in talks with any of the candidates that are in the final stages of producing a COVID-19 vaccine? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Fifty, and good afternoon to viewers. So we're certainly not. As you know, any product or any vaccine that comes to market has to be approved by SAPRA, and our wholesaler UPD would be involved with, securing and distributing that product. But we're certainly not involved in any discussions.
All right, so just out of interest, at what stage will you start those discussions? Just sketching out a scenario, you've got quite a number of candidates that are nearing the finish line. Say, for instance, 2 or 3 of them come out with a vaccine at the same time, and, the procedures are followed. How will you then select which one you will be selling from your stores?
I think it's very, very early to make any of those calls at the moment. Certainly, when the event does arrive, and we're not really sure when that will arrive, we will put in our normal procedures. We will chat to suppliers. I'm very sure that government will have significant interest in this, so we'll engage with the Department of Health. And I can only really make comment on that when it happens. But at the moment, there's no clear signs that there's something around the corner.
All right. Of course, you are clearly taking a different view to the president of the free world, who believes that we will get one very, very soon. But jokes aside, Vikesh, last time you and I spoke, we were speaking and addressing the ugly situation that did ensue as a result of that racist ad from Tresemme and the mass protests that followed at your stores. I'm just wondering, out of interest, the total cost of damage that resulted as a result of those the protests and the ugly pictures that we did see of your stores essentially being turned upside down, and whether you will still be suing the EFF for those damages.
I mean, certainly we are busy engaging our insurers around the damages at the moment, because we are insured for business disruption. I know that charges have been placed against the EFF for the damage caused. Obviously, the past year says that they weren't responsible for that. The legal process, of course, continues, and we will be supporting, any authority that requires information from us, etc. But certainly, we haven't provided a number to the market because we're currently engaging our insurers on this currently. As you know, the disruptions were around 4 days in the second week of September, and then normal trading started to happen thereafter. September was quite a disruptive month, but we can see that our normal trading patterns have resumed during the month of October.
And what about the commercial procedure then with Tresemme? I was actually at your store earlier on this afternoon getting some toiletries and some polish for my shoes. They look terrible, but I think they'll be fine now with the polish. I did notice that Tresemme products are still not on the shelves, and I want to know for how long that relationship will stay in place, or are you looking to get them back in Click stores?
So we never said that we would keep Tresemme off our stores permanently. What we did agree was that Tresemme had made some commitments to the market around what they would do as part of their reparations for the insensitive advert and that was placed on our website. We agreed that we will support local manufacturers of hair care products, which we are doing. We've extended the range and offered the space to our local suppliers as well. But those discussions are ongoing. So I can't really say to you that we will reach an agreement within 3 months or 6 months or 1 year. But certainly there's internal criteria that has been set that Tresemme must meet before we put them back onto our shelves once again.
All right. Vikesh, I mean, going back to what you did come to CNBC for, of course, and that is to talk about your results and to tell shareholders where to from here. One of the standout numbers in your results was the phenomenal surge in your online offering. And I have read a couple of reports in which you forecast that you want to grow revenues in the online space to around 10% in the next 5 years or so. Perhaps a brief comment on that, and also outline what kind of investments will be needed to get you there.
Well, we've made a significant amount of investments to get our online business up and running. So we have a website, we have an app, and we think those elements work quite effectively. What we don't own and we outsource at the moment is the logistics, the supply chain. We haven't taken a decision or a view on that. But ultimately, it's very important that the last leg to the customer is of excellence. Customer experience isn't just placing the order. It's also about receiving the delivery on time and having the communication, around when you're going to receive the order. So we have to do a bit more work there. I think our last mile can improve, but there isn't really significant capital investments we are focused on making to drive the growth of our online business. We're a traditional brick and mortar retailer. It doesn't necessarily make commercial sense for us to drive online, but we want to support our customers with choice. If a customer wants to purchase a product online, we want the ability to deliver to them at their home or the office, or click and collect at our stores. But it isn't a growth strategy, it's more a defensive strategy to offer customers choice.
Vikesh, I mean, we are still operating in quite difficult conditions. I was speaking to an analyst earlier on today, and the view was that, I mean, the full effects of COVID-19 haven't yet fallen. I mean, you'll still see a situation in which government can no longer afford to subsidize those who have lost income, and also companies who also may ultimately need to shut down as a result of the difficult operating conditions. That leaves you dealing with a consumer that could potentially be under even more strain than currently at present. So what are you looking forward to then the most in the period ahead, and what can your shareholders trust you for in terms of your ability to continue delivering value to them like you did today in the very handsome dividend?
Our strategy, let's start with our strategy. Our strategy remains unchanged. So we will continue to open more stores because we believe we can continue taking market share in the South African market. Value will be very important to our consumers. In my presentation today, I gave you an update of our price indices, our promotional growth. So I think we will continue focusing on that. Let's not forget our private label offer. You know, if you look at Click's private label and exclusive, we have an extensive range of private label across all our core categories. Now, they're high quality, they offer customers really good value because we don't have to invest in marketing those products. And they typically can be up to 30% cheaper than a branded product. So we will continue focusing on the expansion of our private label ranges. And let's not forget the Clicks Club Card. You know, this year the Club Card is 25 years old. We paid out over 500 million rand in Club Card discounts to customers in the year. So the Club Card is the country's #1 loyalty program, and we'll continue to leverage the information we get from the Club Card to be more relevant to the consumers by offering them more personalized offers. The biggest challenge for consumers today is that everyone is trying to target them and get a share of their wallet. And what's important for us is that we give them offers that is meaningful to them and not spam them, quite frankly, with a whole lot of offers. So I think we can continue with the same strategy, and there's certainly opportunity for growth in South Africa. I know the market's tough, and I have no doubt that it's going to get tougher. But as South Africa's, I guess, leading health and beauty retailer, I remain convinced that we have opportunities for growth.
All right. All right, Vikesh, thanks there so much for your time. Vikesh Ramsunda, the CEO of Clicks, quite optimistic about the road ahead. The Club Card is 25 years old. I mean, almost as old as me. I lie, maybe not. Anyway, what was also quite encouraging about what Vikesh has said is that they're continuing their store rollout, which is quite good for the property sector. That means that the property sector can continue to count on Clicks as a landlord operating a lot more space. So we do know that that sector does need all the tenants that it can get at this stage. Let's go to a short break. When we return, we focus on the World Economic Forum's Future of Work report. Stay with us.
Having that framework in place and the ability to make decisions quickly has enabled clients to react quickly at that point in time to get that volume of masks, which was clearly needed to prevent the spread of the virus.
Anybody can, buy from any country. Let's say Uganda, for instance. Before, with the digital or the mobile payments that we had, that would only mean that our clients in Kenya, for instance, could access it. But once I have a transaction service that allows my customer, no matter where they are in the world, to access my product, then that makes our growth faster. It makes our footprint growth a lot faster. We're currently in conversation with freighting companies, and especially because now that we have Visa, I'm able to then sell my product to anybody in London or in whatever part of the world, because our platform now allows us to sell to anybody. So once those conversations with the freighting companies are done, then it's an automatic. We can be that global company that we've always wanted to be.
Welcome back. It is the rise of the machines and the future of work. COVID-19 has accelerated the need for digitization in the workspace, bringing both challenges and opportunities. In its latest Future of Work report, the World Economic Forum expects advances in artificial intelligence to eliminate 85 million jobs by 2025. In the same breath, however, the rise of machines is projected to create 97 million new jobs, leading to an overall addition of 12 million jobs. Earlier, CNBC Africa's Zanati Guma spoke to Sadia Zahidi, who is the managing director of the World Economic Forum, to get more insight. Let's take a listen.
I think overall it has become clear that the rate of job destruction has gone up and the rate of job creation has gone down. At the same time, the overall picture is still net positive when we look at the next 5 years. It is just extremely grim when we look at 2020.
I mean, just looking at the employment space, in economies around the world right now, South Africa, for example, had 2.2 million jobs that were shred in the second quarter. I'm just thinking, you've said that the overall job creation is 12 million. Is that not a drop in the ocean?
So the overall job creation in the 15 industries and in the 26 economies that we were able to cover for just medium and large size companies was 97 million jobs being created and 85 million disappearing. So that's sort of the overall numbers. But as I said, there's a lot of qualifiers to that. It's specific industries, it's specific countries, and it's specific types of companies, the large ones. But it does give a very broad picture of what the overall trends are, because a lot of small and medium-sized enterprises are part of the value chains of these bigger companies. And what is happening across these big industries actually ends up representing quite a lot. We were able to cover healthcare, we were able to cover the public sector. So it gives us a sense of the trends. Is it a drop in the ocean overall? Of course, these are two extremes. This is about the wholly new jobs that are being created and the wholly redundant jobs. But there is a large spectrum in the middle, and I think that is where we need to think most proactively about how retraining and reskilling takes place. Even for a job that will remain completely stable, on average, the set of skills that are going to change, that's 40% of the set of skills that are core to a job that will change in just the next 5 years. So even for supposedly stable jobs, we're looking at a completely different makeup of the tasks that are required to be done for that job.
And I mean, you talk about double disruption, obviously, from the lockdowns from COVID-19 and also just the need to digitize economies and the workspace. And looking at countries that, have been battered by COVID-19, also where digitization was lagging. How long, in terms of time frame, how long do you think that it will take these countries to close that gap, to catch up to this overall job creation?
So I think that's going to depend very much on the outlook of the pandemic. It's going to depend on what happens across 2021. If we're looking at solutions to the pandemic itself in a relatively short space of time, then there is still the possibility of a recovery and a bounce back in the later half of 2021. Now, the longer this drags out, the longer the sort of structural change that occurs across the economy. So while some governments in advanced countries and in some emerging markets may be able to keep afloat a number of businesses for some time to come, the longer this continues, the less the likelihood that those companies have any chance at bouncing back. And in particular, some of the sectors that are the most impacted, aviation, travel, tourism, mobility, largely, that's where you're going to see a continued shortfall if we don't have an improvement in the overall health situation. There are other sectors where, in fact, there is going to be greater growth. So sectors like education, sectors like care, sectors like health itself, sectors like logistics and transport, these are areas where you're actually going to see a lot more growth than there was before. So I think it's a sort of a mixed picture depending on the sector you look at, but the key determining factor is how the pandemic unfolds.
And now, Sadia, what's most concerning for me is that it seems that these machines are coming for the low-income paying jobs that are more common in, African countries that are already suffering from high levels of inequality, lagging digitization. I'm just concerned, that is a simple reskilling or upskilling exercise enough, for long-term or significant impact?
You're absolutely right. People have been talking about the K-shaped recovery when it comes to how GDP growth comes back. And I think that K-shaped recovery is exactly what is happening to labor markets, with a number of high-skilled folks that will be able to move into this future of jobs, and a number of lower-skilled people who will be either disrupted or will get even lower-skilled roles compared to their current skills level because of what the bifurcation that's happening. Now, of course, that is a gloomy prediction. That is where we have to put in place proactive measures today. And the reskilling and upskilling is a very big piece of it. It's not the only part of it, but it is a very big piece, because if we don't use this current very short window of opportunity we have to provide people with the reskilling and upskilling, then they don't have much of a shot once the economy does bounce back. So this is absolutely the moment to actually make that kind of investment. If we remain only focused on the crisis, we will not be ready, and we will create further crisis down the line. The second thing that has to be done is people will need social safety nets. They will need social protection, income protection during this time. And so developing economies will all have to focus on providing better safety nets, whether that is cash transfers or other ways of being able to support an at-risk population. And then the third element is job creation. This is also the moment, again, to step out of just the crisis mindset and think about what are the markets of tomorrow, what are the industries of tomorrow, and this is the moment for governments to start creating incentives for more people to invest within those areas, whether that is large businesses or whether that is entrepreneurs and small and medium-sized companies. This is the moment to create those incentives. If we don't do it now, we're not ready for what comes a year, 2 or 3 years from now.
Well, that was Sadia Zahidi, the Managing Director of the World Economic Forum, with my colleague Zinati Guma. It seems like pink was the color of the day. I must have missed the memo, missed the emails. Anyway, just joking. Thanks so much for watching Closing Bar South Africa. As always, it's great to be with you. I will be back with you on Monday, but do have yourselves a great weekend. Until then, goodbye.
The use of force.
Nigeria's youth minister says protesters fighting against alleged police brutality must end daily demonstrations and enter into dialogue with the government. Thousands of Nigerians calling for reforms in law enforcement have taken to the streets every day for more than a week across the country, posing a major challenge to President Muhammadu Buhari. The protests have continued despite the dissolution of the Special Anti-Robbery Squad, or SARS, police unit, following accusations of human rights abuses. They've also gained international traction online and the support of the Black Lives Matter activists rallying under the End SARS hashtag. Sunday Dare, the Minister of Youth and Sports Development, told Reuters the government had met the demonstrators' demands, including the creation of an independent body to investigate alleged misconduct and the release of all arrested protesters.
It is time to move to the next stage. That next stage is dialogue, to sit at the table. You have put demands on the table. Demands have been met. You might have other demands. It is only dialogue. And that's been the way of all protests, the way of all conflicts. And it cannot be different in this situation.
The minister did acknowledge the mistrust of demonstrators who say the government has promised to reform the police in the past with little effect. The president and Nigeria's police chief promised that force would not be used on peaceful protesters, but police have opened fire on demonstrators in recent weeks. At least 10 protesters have been killed, according to Amnesty International.